I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and we are dedicated to finding the truth tonight. We're trying to find out if Chapo, who has been found guilty on 10 counts, is actually Chapo. We did a little bit of work today. This bizarre story of a man who had all of his assets seized by our government. He's crying after getting a big, huge sentence for killing a lot of people. Newly released video shows El Chapo in tears after he was extradited to the U.S. following his 2017 arrest as a Mexican kingpin is found guilty on all charges in his drug trafficking trial. I'm not really sure it's him, though. The story on the street is El Chapo found a guy who could replace him that didn't quite look like him. I don't know. We'll never really know. I assume they do DNA tests to verify they've got the right guy, but yeah, it does make sense that he would be fake. I mean, it's unlikely a guy like this would be crying in front of anybody. You have to understand that the pride of Spanish men or Mexican men is so important to them that they would never cry, even in this situation. So it's kind of suspicious that he's crying. Yeah. After the verdict was announced, the Justice Department released these never-before-seen images of the 2017 extradition to the U.S. Well, for one, he was a lot fatter, and it looks like we're looking at a very strange case of a guy who almost looks like the guy. His nose is slightly different, but I don't know, you look at this picture of a rough and tough guy back in the day, and then you see this guy who's kind of wormy and mealy mouth crying in front of people after he gets a big sentence. It really adds to the possibility that, he might be, not the same guy. I mean, you got to think about that. Meanwhile, on the other front of when our government's going to stop the shutdown, Trump is claiming victory, even though everyone says he's giving up on the wall. Now, is this Trump's byline where he claims victory every time he loses? But Trump touts the deal as providing $23 billion for border security, but they've, according to Nancy Pelosi, they're only going to give $1.3 billion for 50 miles of fence. It's going to take, at that rate, it's going to take $27 billion or $30 billion to even build a full fence. If we can build 50 miles of fence with $1.3 billion. So the real question is, if he's so unhappy, why doesn't he do his hair better, you know?
Congress's border deal?
I have to study it. I'm not happy about it. It's not doing the trick, but I'm adding things to it. And when you add whatever I have to add, it's all going to happen where we're going to build a beautiful, big, strong wall that's not going to let criminals and traffickers and drug dealers and drugs into our country. It's very simple. Am I happy at first glance? I just got to see it. The answer is no. I'm not. I'm not happy. But am I happy with where we're going? I'm thrilled. Because we're supplementing things and moving things around, and we're doing things that are fantastic and taking from far less important areas. And the bottom line is we're building a lot of wall. Right now, we're building a lot of wall. And you think it's easy? We're building in the face of tremendous obstruction and tremendous opposition from a small group of people. I don't think you're going to see a shutdown. I wouldn't want to go to it now. If you did have it, it's a Democrat's fault. And I accepted the first one, and I'm proud of what we've accomplished, because people learned during that shutdown all about the problems coming in from the southern border. I've always accepted it. But this one, I would never accept if it happens, but I don't think it's going to happen. But this would be totally on the Democrats.
Okay, now, well, I agree with him there. The Democrats should have come up with a $5.7 billion that Donald Trump claimed he could build a wall for. Problem is, according to the specs, $1.3 billion for 50 miles times 20 to equal 1,000 miles is going to come up closer to $25 billion. So what was Trump thinking? He was going to build a wall for $5.7 billion when it's going to be $25 billion? I don't understand his math. $11 billion wasted on the shutdown so far in ridiculous furloughs for all these fat-ass TSA workers that sit there and masturbate while your mom goes through with her breasts being lifted. Yeah. How do you feel about being masturbated by the TSA, and now they get all this money? Do you like that? Do you like the reach around they give you when they grab your genitals? And then they sit behind their rapid scanners and look at your penis or your vagina? Well, you watch porn 15 hours a day. What do you care? It's all the same to you, right? Well, you ought to be a TSA agent. If you watch porn 15 hours a day, that would be a perfect criteria to be a TSA agent. I just believe that we've got a real lazy group of people that shouldn't get any money. We don't need the TSA. If Donald Trump was on it, he would have used this opportunity to phase the TSA out, bring in the National Guard, expand the National Guard to include the Coast Guard. We have them under one roof, save money on that, build the country up from that point on. But Donald Trump didn't get the Democrats to have any concessions at all, yet he calls this a win-win. Well, I'm going to say Ann Coulter was right. Rush Limbaugh was right. Donald Trump is abandoning the wall. An idea that I came up with, the 1,000-mile fence, he's abandoning because he can't implement it with any creative diplomacy. They're not going to allow the $5.7 billion. We know that. So now he's claiming it's the Democrats' fault. He didn't get any wiggle room from the Democrats. They had already offered $25 billion to him for the wall if he had gone on and accepted DACA and the Dreamers to become eternal amnesty recipients of green cards. They would still have had to go through the citizenship process, but I would have been past that hurdle 8 months ago. We would have had the money for the wall. We would have been building the wall. He refused to accept the $25 billion. Now he's willing to accept $1.3 billion for a 50-mile wall. And it's not even a wall, it's a joke. The slat fence he wants to build with concertina wire coming off the top of it. We got more pictures of the Blue Star Kachina. as prophesized by the Hopi Indians? Okay, we'll take a look at that tonight later. Yeah. Yeah, well, the 1,000-mile fence is doable. That's why I came up with the idea. It was not a sidetrack thing. I wanted everyone to know that we could build this, and it wouldn't be a big deal. We built this city on rock and roll. You know, I believe in peace. I really do. But Trump now trying to break down NAFTA agreements. It turns out that NAFTA is theoretically going to cost us a lot of money. That's right. Getting rid of NAFTA and replacing it with Trump's big deal is going to actually raise the price of pharmaceuticals. And here Trump promised lower pharmaceuticals, yet he's going to lead to higher prices for drugs. NAFTA 2.0 is not expected to help us at all. Shielded from competition, critics warn the drug companies could charge exorbitant prices for biologics. This is an outrageous giveaway to Big Pharma, according to one Connecticut Democrat. They're not liking his NAFTA rework, NAFTA 2.0. They're not liking it at all. I did not know about Oprah, no. Well, I don't think we need to worry about price of medicine. None of you won't be able to afford it anyway, so you might as well just accept your fate of being under medicated. The good news is your heart rate may be running at a higher rate, but you won't have problems with erectile dysfunction. Many of you guys who have blood pressure medications and wonder why you can't get it up, those days are over. You'll be enjoying your life to its fullest while you careen toward a heart attack, thanks to Donald Trump. Burning Man is looking at the paradigm of rich people who've bought in and bought blocks of tickets. It upset the makers of Burning Man so much that they've now reset up a new way of getting tickets. So hopefully this will stop this is going to prevent people from buying blocks, hopefully. Burning Man calls out social media influencers, announces changes to the 2019 ticket sales. A lot of the tickets were purchased by people that were running massive tents with caterers that were paid up to $200,000 for 7 days. So that may change. We may see better opportunities for people who go there to enjoy the evening and 7 days of activities without having to walk around billionaires acting like they're hot crap. Okay. You really believe we have a portal to the future? Hell All Day believes that we have a portal to the future, a time-space portal. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, Hell All Day. I mean, we have no evidence whatsoever that the CERN reactor was successful in breaking through to the time-space continuum. I don't know. I'm still lingering the belief that, well, you may have proof because you took a picture of something in the sky. Yeah. But at this point, I'm not going to sign on to that conspiracy theory as truth. Okay? Just like I don't even believe that planet Nibiru is waiting out there. Although we have pretty compelling evidence that it is out there, I still don't believe it. I'm not 100% on that. Planet Nibiru. Right. I think we have problems with a lot of the BS we get from NASA. And of course the alien agenda, which promotes the belief that aliens exist. I don't really believe any of these are aliens. Take a look at this.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of
that of the imagination. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. Let's take a look.
The heck is that? Oh, shoot! Oh my God! Oh my God! Shoot! Get out of the house! Oh my God! What the fuck was that? Kenny!
I will. I'll play it again. What was that? Yeah. How do we know that's an alien? How do we know that? How do we know that this is just like a mutant who came out of Plum Island experiments? I mean, seriously, it looked like El Chapo. Oh, so you believe time travel has been done already, and you know for a fact that you visited time travelers? Well, I've met a few people like you. I have. I've met people that have had eye contact with time travelers. I can tell you a story that would be hard to believe. I knew a man that died before. It looks like a kid in a mask, I know. I knew a guy that died before. He died for 6 minutes, and he came back to life long enough to tell me that he'd seen time travelers. Now it's a true story. Everything I said was true. He believed he saw time travelers. He believed that they visited him when he was a young man, and he was telling me about how he'd been visited by these people, and they were time travelers, and they'd thanked him for developing a time-space continuum time travel machine. That they had actually, and he said that they were two women that were totally naked, and they were floating. That's what he told me. Well, I didn't believe him at first. And then he said, yeah, that he'd been shipped. He said that they'd been shipped, the aliens had shipped him, and that he'd been watched in his house, and he actually saw the orbs that came into his house through his electric plugs. And I'm going, oh yeah, right, sure, this guy's a mental patient. No, he wasn't a mental patient. He was just a retired Navy guy. And then he showed me his arm, and he pulled his shirt down, and he showed me this, excuse me, I've got to clean this off. He showed me a chip in his arm, and sure enough, it was a chip. It was a square chip embedded in his arm. I'm not kidding. So I really did see that. And I witnessed a guy who said he had firsthand knowledge of time travel. And then he died right after that. But he didn't just die. He delivered the blueprints for a time-space traveling machine to me with a tachyon generator that drew energy from ions, acting in a matter that would create levitation. And I'm going, wait a second. This guy hands me all the blueprints for a time-space continuum device that will get you through the portals, and then he dies after being dead before. I mean, everything started to really kind of get muddled, and it just didn't make any sense. But I have the documents, but there's no way an engineer would understand what he's writing. I understand it. But it's because I'm a very intelligent person, but he couldn't get it past Boeing. He gave blueprints to Boeing for an ion generator, and Boeing went in and took the blueprints and never ever returned them. I need to dry clean this suit. I've got a little dirt on the right here on the edge. You're right. Well, that's the strangest part about this story. It just gets weirder and weirder the more I talk about it. And that was just a small portion of what I experienced with this guy. Yeah, how did I meet him? It was at an Ace Hardware, and I was sitting in the other aisle, and I heard this guy talking to some guy, asking him for screws, claiming that he was building a levitation device. So I turned around and walked up to him. I said, so you're building a levitation device? Yeah, man, I'm working on it. So I kind of befriended the guy, and I went over to his house. And sure enough, he had built a levitation device that was a manual spinning device that used gyroscopic power to elevate a center cone. And he explained to me that he used this to demonstrate in a gravity world what it would be like to elevate in space. But he was able to, prove to himself, at least, that this thing could get off the ground. It never did get off the ground. And there are millions of people like this who've seen time travelers, who've said that they were, involved with aliens at some point in their life. And they're sitting at Denny's right now at 3 a.m, somewhere in America. Or, of course, it's not 3 a.m. right now, but they're sitting at Denny's right now at the coffee shop, and they're more than glad to deliver their secrets of perpetual motion devices to you on a napkin. So you got to weed through what this is and what this isn't. It's hard to believe that everything that somebody says is true. So it's hard to really vet what you're saying is true, Oma. Oma believes that she has seen the Eye of Horus over her, hovering over her. And other people are saying that's a reflection in a camera. It's typical when you take camera shots with your cell phone. Yeah, that's what people are saying about your Eye of Horus. But I believe you believe that it's the Eye of Horus. So I'm not going to dispute your belief. White Castle, you finally made it to White Castle, Joe? Cool. You guys love your White Castle burgers. You know they sell them in the freezer section of your store, right? They're like affordable. They're like $4.99 for a box of 20 or something. Well, that's the thing. Joseph, the leader of the Mormon faith, he claimed that he had encountered the tablets of Moses in some other form, and
it means this Victor.
He believed he had a proof of that, and that he had been contacted by the spirit Moroni. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know anybody who would be wanted to be called a moron for worshiping the spirit of Moroni. So they're called Mormons instead, not morons. Yeah. The angel Moroni, yes. You know, I'm not going to dispute your beliefs. I have no real problem with you believing whatever you want to believe. I believe in religious freedom. Jews don't believe the New Testament is valid. That's true. Okay. Horatio, known in the English world as Horace, was a leading Roman lyric poet during the time of Augustus, also known as Octavian. The rhetorician Quintilian regarded his odes as just about the only Latin lyrics worth reading. He can be lofty sometimes, he said. Well, thank you for sharing. And many of you Mormons, I hope I didn't disrespect your faith. You can believe whatever you want. I don't have a problem with you believing in anything. And you people who believe in aliens, go ahead. I am not here to dissuade you. We just don't have solid proof that aliens exist or that there's a time machine that can go back in time or in the future of time. Physics has analyzed the idea of time travel, and they have confirmed that, yes, we can, in fact, travel back in time. They can't really account for forward time travel yet. There's no physics that'll back it up. Now, I've had premonitions that have come true. I've had many premonitions that have come true. I had a premonition 2 weeks before John Lennon died, where I had a dream where I was walking around telling everybody, can you believe it? John Lennon's dead. It was so vivid in my dream. And this happened 2 weeks before John Lennon died. How do you explain that? I don't know how anyone could explain these types of things. So maybe there is future time travel. Maybe we can go into the future, but more likely we can go into the past because it's already happened. Okay, this is Grenikov's flying platform biogravitics. Interesting.
Grebennikov, my world. Okay. I'm not showing off, I just know what it means. Okay. I have a contact in Russia named Elaine, and in roughly 1999, he sent me a URL about this Russian scientist and a flying platform. And I went and looked at it. This is the cover off of the book, which I managed to get from...
Is this El Chapo or is this somebody else? This is a short DVD called Ether, ZPE, and Dielectric Nanostructure Arrays Lecture. So we'll have this later tonight for all of you who want to travel in time and use biogravitics. I do have ESP, Daryl. Would you like me to prove it to you? Are you driving a yellow car for some reason, Daryl? Is your car yellow by any chance? El Flaco. It's white. Okay, well, I got a light color. I was close. I've seen UFO on Orange Beach, 1992. I have seen UFOs too. That's why it's very difficult for me to believe that they are aliens. I believe the government's been pursuing two different tracks of aerospace engineering. I believe that the work that was brought to us by the Russians, and the work that was brought to us by the Germans, have led to a tremendous amount of knowledge about flying. Airspace technology, I believe, is way higher in technological development than we think. I believe that we have ultimately the potential to build spacecrafts that can get out of our atmosphere without piercing the atmosphere like we've tried with pointed objects. And those would be spinning objects. Now, you probably know the difference between a nail and a screw, right? Well, a nail takes a tremendous amount of force to drive into a piece of wood, whereas a screw takes a very little bit amount of force over a longer period of time. Well, it makes sense that we'd want a corkscrew out of the atmosphere, and therein lies the potential that spacecrafts could do that, like the UFO Nazis created. The VRAIL program. It is through the VRAIL program that they developed these spacecraft that have been reverse engineered by humans. These are just samples of what the Germans were developing. How do you dispute this? The Germans had developed spacecraft for 15 years prior to actually losing World War II. And when the Nazis surrendered, we got Wernher von Braun. We got Albert Einstein. I mean, we scored. We won over the minds of some of the most powerful engineers, nuclear physicists the world has ever seen. So for this technology that the Germans developed to have disappeared is absurd. Alien spacecraft do not use propulsion as we know it, Badger Waxer. If you try to move some object in a vacuum by using propulsion and jet propulsion, like the joke of the missile program that Elon Musk is putting together, that is the biggest crock of crap I've ever seen. I don't believe that Elon Musk is doing anything but poisoning the atmosphere. I mean, look at this. Tell me this isn't the absolute destruction of the atmosphere.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff of Falcon 9.
Base.
Look at this. Now, this in and of itself is a massive particulate burst of heavy metals. This is not the Iridium program is not some plan to put satellites in the atmosphere. It's a plan to put massive amounts of heavy metals in the atmosphere rapidly. Look at this.
Separation confirmed.
They act like this is some propulsion device.
You hear the applause from the team gathered around Mission Control Center here in Hawthorne.
What this is a massive burst of heavy metals propelled outside of a sphere that's spinning in the air. It's no different than a firework. This is a massive firework, but it's designed to present huge amounts of heavy metals in the atmosphere. And guess what happened a couple years later? The polar vortex. That's right. Are you beginning to get the picture? They are simply installing heavy metals in the atmosphere, which are changing the magnetosphere of the Earth and creating massive anomalies like the polar vortex. Now, I'm a little pissed because I'm in the middle of the polar vortex, 15 days of nonstop snow and freezing weather at night. I literally, we're freezing here in Washington, and you guys in the Midwest have been hit with a massive polar vortex, minus 70 degrees, unheard of in America. We've had 10 inches of snow in Washington, which is extremely unusual. We hardly ever get more than 2 inches. We're all experiencing like a lockdown. It's like a freezer outside. And it's been this way for 7-8 days. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm living out of my supplies. I have some milk that I purchased at the dollar store in boxes. I'm pulling them out and I'm using that milk. It's actually okay. I bought it 2 years ago. It's still pretty good. But you can't really expect boxed milk to last more than 2 years, just so you know. But yeah, I haven't gone to the store. We're running out of key supplies, although I've got enough to last a few more days. It's unsafe to drive. This morning I woke up, I looked outside across my street, and Yeah, I bought milk. You can buy milk in the dollar store for storage, and I recommend you doing that. Yeah, they've got a bunch of different varieties, but the ones that sell milk are the ones you want to buy. Whenever you see milk in a box on the shelf, it's usually ultra pasteurized. Buy it. Yeah, I knew it would be in need to have boxed milk, and making milk out of dried milk is never the same. You know, it's not like powdered milk, it's actual milk. Once you open it, it's good for 14 days. You're driving around as per usual, north of David and Victoria, even more snow than Washington. Well, good for you. I know a lot of people are driving, but I woke up across the street and a young African American had crashed his car into the gully. And he got out of his car, and he was just having a terrible time. Yeah, and he managed to get some help from the neighbor across the street, way over there, and I guess they got him a tow, but he crashed his car. You know, I don't know. I'm not here to criticize him, but he crashed his car, and he had to get it out. Probably cost him about $80 to tow it out of the gully. I hope the neighbor was okay. I didn't really check, but I'm sure he was a very trusting African-American man who was shirtless in the middle of 32-degree weather. I found that a little strange, but whatever. Yeah, it worked out. He got his thing out of his car out of the drench. Apparently, if you fall into a gutter on highways like we have now, yeah, he was shirtless. It was pretty funny. When you fall into a gutter on a slippery highway going 50 miles an hour, bye, you're dead. We're in a very cosmopolitan community. I live in a wonderful mixed race community. I love that. Yeah, I'm an integrationist. I support people living together in an integrated way. I myself probably would not move into an all-black neighborhood, just because I'd feel alienated, like black people sometimes feel in all white neighborhoods. But I like the mixed neighborhood idea. I really do. Because after all, we are a melting pot in America. I don't have a problem with people of different colors living in the same neighborhood. I think that's great. But it's unlikely I would move to an all black neighborhood, just because it really would feel uncomfortable being alienated and called out as a privilege when I'm not privileged. I never have been privileged. Yeah, but if I were living in a white supremacist neighborhood, I wouldn't be too happy about it. The Justice Department has just discovered a neighborhood in Arkansas with 54 people, white supremacist gang members, charged in a RICO indictment. The Department of Justice is putting out a call for people. Dozens of members of white supremacist gang allegedly responsible for multiple acts of violence were charged in a superseding indictment unsealed today in the Eastern District of Arkansas. The alleges the New Aryan Empire, NAE, is a racketeering enterprise which committed violent acts, attempted murder, kidnapping, and maiming in support of its organization and its wide-ranging drug trafficking operation. So the Justice Department is on it. We're trying to stop major racists from taking control in our country. So I don't think for the second that I in any way support racism. I don't. But I support freedom of speech ahead of anything else. So if you happen to be racist, you have the freedom of speech to speak out. I just don't support what you're saying. 101 FM radio in Detroit saying I will be appearing at the 11th annual Foxy Boxing competition. I will not. I can't effectively go anywhere because of the numerous death threats I have on me. I have over 1,000 death threats against me. I'm afraid I can't appear in public like that. Sarah's here to give me a break while I make a little dinner and stay warm. Yeah, so these roads, even though it's starting to melt, are super icy with black ice. So I didn't go anywhere today. I'm trying to remain ultra careful. So, and you had a day off because they called a school day for Sarah. So that's good.
Yeah, it's been. Hopefully the schools will open tomorrow, because I'm sure everybody's starting to get a little bit of cabin fever, and there's so much learning that we're working on.
Yeah.
So.
I've got a story coming up that I'll share with all of you about some people down in Mexico have done some investigative journalism and found out that the drug problem in Mexico is actually related to our country. And I'll be discussing how this journalistic group actually discovered a link between the DEA and ICE and the drug cartel that El Chapo ran. Very interesting. All right.
Okay, good. All right, David will address those issues when he comes back. I thought of dyeing my hair during this snow day period, but I didn't. I'm not sure what David's making for dinner. I'll wait and find out. But I know it's something from the cupboard or from the freezer, since it's not from the supermarket. I do look refreshed and energetic. That's what not going out for 5 days will do, or 4 days, since Friday at 3 o'clock, 3:30 I came in here, and that's it. Well, David casts Monday through Saturday, regardless of anything else going on in our lives. I love fries. I am going to take a little break at the end of the month. Take a little me time where I won't be casting, so that's going to be my personal birthday time off. Thanks, Scissor Fight. Hugs to you too. I do have a little kink in my neck right now. Your nuclear clock said it was Monday, but it's Tuesday. Well, yes, I cleared it with the ATV. I cleared it with David quite some time ago. Or cleared it with myself. I just said this is what's going to happen, so FYI, that's what's happening. So you know. I don't know if worms hibernate, but well, yes, in a way. They just get much slower in the winter. They don't hibernate per se, but they're living underground, so they're okay in the snowy weather. No, fortunately I never have, Howie. I have had a flat tire, went over a curb when I was young. Wait. I was in a couple of accidents, but someone else was driving during those times. But yeah. How much snow did we get all told? Maybe it snowed about 8 inches, and then it melted, and then probably snowed a couple inches more. So maybe a total of a foot, but it didn't. There was never a foot on the ground, because there was always, well, it did seem like a foot on the bushes, but all right, good night, Alora. But it was very slushy today, so that's good. I'm glad that they said it was a snow day, because I didn't want to drive in it today. I think it was almost more dangerous today in the suburbs areas anyway. Maybe the streets plow, or this city plows, but they didn't plow out in the suburbs out here. I have never tried cross-country skiing. I prefer not, actually. I've been in the snow when I was little, and I remember sledding, which was kind of fun when I was little, but since I've gotten to be an adult, I do not want to be in the snow. So like this entire time since I got home on Friday, I've been inside. I haven't gone outside. Even though it's had a lot of snow and I could have built a snowman and all of that, I didn't feel like getting cold. I remember the last time when I was playing in the snow a lot when I was a kid, I had a really bad earache, ear infection.
I can't believe I didn't turn this on. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have any freeway driving. That's true. 351. So I'm blessed that way. Well, there's this highway, State Highway 2 lane highway between where I live and the school, but they do usually have that with de-icer and keep that plowed or at least de-iced, and so that should be good. Where do I keep my horn? On my car? I don't have any other horns besides the horn on my car. Oh, I do have a whistle. Maybe that counts. That's cute. Thank you. Beautiful cat Fluffy. Very cute. Alright, I guess I should look at what is happening in the news besides snow. I'm sure, oh good, rain right now, 38 degrees. Well, is that a rain-snow mix maybe? Rain. And tomorrow is going to be sunny with a high of 39. Thursday's going to be rainy, but it's good. It's warming up. I'm very happy about that. Above freezing. Oh, thanks. Sorry. You like my hair today? I didn't even wash it today. But thanks. I thought about dyeing it, but I've never dyed my hair since I was a little kid. Well, not little. When I was 16 was the only time I dyed my hair. So I'm a little hesitant to dye it. Washington? Rain? No way. Well, I'm looking forward to it versus the snow. 19 inches of snow in Victoria this week. Wow. That was a lot of snow. Oh, what? California's new governor is going to pull the plug on the billion-dollar bullet train. He says there's too many ballooning costs. Would it be 3 boxes if I just needed highlights? Thanks, 351. Yeah, I like my hair color. There's more silver streaks in it, but it's okay. The national debt tops $22 trillion. First time experts are warning of ripple effects. $22 trillion. That's a huge amount. I know. Nature will change my color naturally to silver. But Mitch McConnell is going to force the Senate to vote on Ocasio-Cortez's Green New Deal. Really? Wow. Sponheim 2020 and Sponheim 2024. Wow. I'm sorry that happened, Howie. Wow. Man. I'm glad that's not the case where up here we have very straight-laced people. Now New Jersey's facing our weather. It says, when will the snow, sleet, and rain stop? At least 4 days from now. At least 4 days. I think it is your area, Howie, when you claim that there's people near you doing drugs, and I think that your area is a little bit different than other areas. Because yeah, I think the school system's different. I think a lot are different. Oh my goodness. $7 million Americans have stopped paying their car loans. A record number of Americans are 90 days behind on their car payments. 7 million Americans? Are they just not processing them? Wow. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Amazon and General Motors are in talks to invest in Tesla's rival, Rivian. They're working on an electric pickup truck with a Tesla powertrain. But GM is working on that, but Tesla denies the partnership and GM declines to comment. There are more important things to pay for in life than your car payment, I'm sure, like food and rent and things. And I suppose people could use different forms of transportation. Then we could have the whole, the big, huge car lots of cars that aren't being sold. I think it is important to, buy used is good. Yeah, I try not to take out credit in the first place, Morpheus. Apple is going to reveal a new subscription service next month. Subscription news, I guess. Apple has a deal with VA. They claim it's a big step toward giving patients control over their own health information. A health records feature that's going to be coming to veterans. Badger says hydrogen fuel cells are better than lithium-ion batteries for cars. You might be right. Yeah, but I think Real Magoo's like, I don't color it. I use, what was it he claimed? He claimed to use something, and it was like, well, that is coloring. I forgot the name of it, Real Magoo. There's a rapper named 21 Savage that will be released from ICE detention tomorrow. I think it was Grecian formula is what Ronald Reagan used. Grecian formula. He didn't color his hair. He used Grecian formula, whatever that is. I'm not a... Is that a rapper, Daryl? I'm not really big into entertainment. Like, sports and entertainment are my least. Oh, okay, she won a Grammy. Good for her. I didn't watch the Grammys. There's a huge meteor that left a crater hidden beneath the Greenland ice. Yeah, I've got to try something like that. 350 for best rap album. I'm not into rap. Earth's magnetic shield booms like a drum when it's hit by impulses. It vibrates. Elon Musk claims tickets to Mars could cost just $500,000, $500,000. I know it's hard ticking, but true. Wow, it contains lead. Do you think that had anything to do with Alzheimer's, Badger Waxer? Oh, teens are defying their parents. Their parents don't want their kids to be vaccinated, and teenagers are like, I'm gonna go get vaccinated. There's the vaccines, $200 are cost for a measles vaccine, or $10,000 for care, I guess, if you get measles. When a teen defies his anti-vax parents and gets his vaccination shots, his mom said it was like a slap in the face. Oh. Yeah, they're definitely pushing the vaccination. David would not want vaccinations to happen. Even though I'm sure he was probably vaccinated when he was younger. An article or opinion piece maybe from Wired. Journalism isn't dying. It's returning to its roots. There's been bad news. 3 leading digital outlets, BuzzFeed, Huffington Post, and Vice, all announced layoffs. Benjamin Franklin wrote under at least a dozen pseudonyms, including names like Silence Dogood and Alice Addertongue. Pioneered the placement of advertising next to content. Samuel Adams, aka Vindix the Avenger, Philo Patrii, was editor of the anti-British Boston Gazette. He organized the Boston Tea Party. They say dump tea into Boston Harbor rather than pay for it, but what probably really happened is they put it into boats, little boats, and like they basically stole it. They wouldn't, tea was so expensive back then, they wouldn't have just dumped it overboard. All right, that's pretty funny. Objective journalism might be dying. That purports to record an unbiased account of worldviews. That's probably going down. Until 1900 or so, most newspapers were overtly political. Like the Press Democrat meant Democrat with a big D. Advertising was a minor concern. Party leaders encouraged members to subscribe to their local party newspaper. The big switch in journalism happened with ads. And then they all had to be like, all beholden to their ads. Well, right now it's dark outside. There was enough snow to go out and make snow angels for you, but now, no, it's all gone. It's basically, well, it's not all gone, but it's basically melted into slushy. There's enough I could go scoop it up and make a Slurpee if I wanted to. Wow. Okay, that's a, should you make coffee? Well, I don't know if you're like David. If you're going to make coffee, either make it decaf or make it weak. That's my advice for you. I'm reading this other article in the New York Times about how in schools, girls often outperform boys at school, but then that doesn't translate to the office. Ooh. And the question is, if the same habits that, like being more disciplined and studying harder and getting better grades, that propel girls to the top of their class, being hyper conscientious, also hold them back in the workforce. A shortage of confidence is what holds women back. If men are underqualified and underprepared, they don't really think about it. Overqualified and overprepared, too many women still hold back from like applying for a position. They only feel confident if they're 100, if they're totally perfect. I do think that's true. I do think women sometimes, we lack in confidence and we don't forge forward unless we're feeling totally confident. Wow. Women are better drivers than men. Men don't even know how to produce a baby on the first try. That's funny. Is it a double standard? Is it something in the biology of men and women? I don't know, because it does seem like women don't mind sitting and learning for longer periods of time or something like that. Women are pretty good drivers, Daryl. Actually, the insurance companies are the ones you can ask about that. They usually give lower rates to women, especially if they are getting good grades in school. Men are turning into women, and the women are now the leaders in the family. I do think there is a change happening 500 with that. So that there is a change in the dynamics. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think, whoever wants to go out and whoever wants to cook, I think men are great chefs and cooks and I think that people are people and I know that there are differences, but there's differences with all people. It's true that I put a lot of work into my work and don't feel always confident in my work. Stop praising inefficient overwork, even if it results in good grades. All right. I don't know how that's happening, Canadian. Well, do you think that's just the men in iBlog? Do you think it's just the men in social media? Do you think it's men in general, 500 and Real Magoo? But men are different. Begin study sessions by taking sample tests. See how much you know before figuring out how much more you need to do to gain or attain mastery over a concept or tasks. I was that girl that I would have a high A average and then I would still do extra credit, even though there was no reason for me to do extra credit. I'm glad you're passing on the weak coffee, Fishweir. I think maybe some hot chocolate might be better. Well, chocolate sometimes keeps people up too. Chamomile tea might be a better choice. Sorry, Tiggin, sometimes you're right. I do sometimes ignore your comments. Your job counts the hours you work and you have to make them so much money. Wow. Okay, that sounds good. Maybe that's my issue, is that I've been working too hard. The difference between a 91, anything above a 90 is an A, and the difference between a 91 and 99% is a lifetime. Enjoy your life. All right. That was an interesting article. The next wave of unicorn startups. Oh. I think Ozzy has my hairstyle, yes. A lot of famous people try to get my look. For me, it just comes naturally. Well, I used to have really frizzy hair, but then I cut it super short, and then I got this hair, so I'm happy with this. The number of newborns fell in 2018 and was well below expectations, even though China lifted the one-child policy. Wasn't there, I should look that up. There was some scientists in Canada, and I didn't save the article, but that think that the population is decreasing, the world population.
Thank you. Yes, always a good meal on the stove waiting. Rice pilaf with peas.
Oh, you're awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you
All right.
can certainly add whatever you want to it, but it's kind of, you know.
Okay.
I didn't have any sog chicken sauce, which is...
I know, I used it all yesterday.
No, I know. I know. I'm not into it.
That's good.
What was Chris Cornell's net worth at the time of his death? Wow, we'll find that out. Last night I reported that Anthony Bourdain's net worth went from $14 million down to 1.5 after he died, which was a very strange anomaly. The internet had his net worth at 14 million, and then it went to 1.5 million when he died, which is very, very suspicious. What happened to Chris Cornell's wealth? Well, on Sunday, February 10th, Chris Cornell's children took the stage to accept his first solo Grammy win. The late musician took home a Grammy for the best rock performance for When Bad Does Good, more than a year after his death. Okay. What was his net worth at time of death? Let's take a look. Wow, he has a humble start as a dishwasher and busboy, then a sous chef. Then he tried to crack into the music business. Yeah. In 1999, Chris Cornell released his first solo album. $60 million. All right. It's never been made public, but it assumed his fortune was split between his wife Vicky and 3 children. Okay. Yeah. Tell that to the 3 children. Who's the troll here obsessed with cheese? Money don't buy mental health. Daryl J. That's true. Daryl. The more money people have, the more they suffer from mental health problems. It's true. More wealthy people go to psychiatrists because it could be skewed, though, simply because of the fact that poor people don't have psychiatrists or money. Mexico's on a mission to take over America, and the Muslims are on a mission to take over the world. What would that leave the Zionists, who have total control over the entire world right now? You know, like the Vatican? The whole connection between the Masons, the Vatican, and the Zionists, very interesting. It's kind of a team effort. Juana Gabriel, she really is Juan a dude or a woman? I heard Juan Gabriel was dead. When you say she is funny, I mean, Juan Gabriel was a dude, man. I got news for you, but I will unban him. You can be whatever you want here. You can be anti-Muslim, anti-Jewish, but don't show anti-Jewish sentiment in the room, because the ADLU or the ADL, B'nai B'rith, they don't like that, and I don't blame them. But I support free speech, so you can be against anybody that you want, and I want you to be able to, freely speak out. But I am not against Jewish people. I want you to know that I'm not anti-Semitic. Sure, I'm in an unbanning mood. Sure. There you go. Well, I want everyone to kind of get along. I don't understand why we have to take a paintbrush and paint everybody with a color, like, oh, you're Jewish, or you're Ashkenazi, or you're a Sephardic Jew, or you're a Native American, or you're a Cherokee Indian, like Elizabeth Warren claimed to be. It is fraudulent for her to say she is, though. So that's a crime she committed. She should serve jail time for that. Cheese Boys, we're not really seeing where you're going with this. Don't pick on Ticken. He's been here on a long time basis. Ticken Time is not trolling here. He's an actual blatant homosexual. I did unban Juan Gabriel just now. Yep. Well, it's okay if you want to be blatant. I don't care. Just don't hit on me or anything. You're like, dude, Dave, you're looking really good today. I don't like that. That bothers me when men approach other men. It just rubs me the wrong way. I was raised to be heterosexual. When I see that kind of behavior, it bugs me. Yeah. So that's sexual harassment. That's wrong. But freedom of speech is... Oh, 2 L's? Oh boy, you're really getting particular there. Well, being the guy's dead, he deserves at least 2 L's in the back of his name. Can we get to the real nitty-gritty here of what's happening in blah blah land? Cornell's net worth of $60 million. I'm gonna have to track that. A lot of people wonder what happened to the money when they died. I knew a guy. His name was Ricky Martin. No, not that Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin. Yeah, this is Ricky Martin. I met him one time. I went friends of mine were visiting him on his boat in Marina del Rey. His dad gave him. He was the son of Dean Martin. And he was a pretty interesting and amazing guy, but the weird thing about him is he doesn't have any published net worth. And by the way, he died at age 62 recently in 2016. But we don't know what his net worth was. That's the strange part about it that I don't understand. Well, he inherited everything his older brother had and his dad, Dean, had. And everyone knows how rich Dean was. And he had, I heard, in the hundreds of millions of dollars, but when he passed away, nobody found out what happened to his money. Yeah. And to this day, I still don't know what happened to his money. And I'm thinking, wait a second, he died at 62 of a heart attack. It's a little young to die of a heart attack. And how come we don't know where his money went? So I'm a little suspicious of that. No, I will not unban that name. That is a terrible name. Yes, thank you. It's derogatory toward Jewish people, and I don't appreciate that. I don't know where the money went. I know that we all talked about his wife marrying him for his money. And that's kind of disturbing, but I have no way of knowing, what happened. What happened to Robin Williams? Look at all the money he was getting. $24 million he was slated to receive that year that he died. And his wife didn't check up on him for 15 hours in the house. And he had been cheating on her. I don't know about you, but the whole suicide cover story I don't buy that. Last night we talked about a lot of people who've died, like Chris Cornell from hanging. Yeah, Chester Bennington, his friend, how their connections may very well have been somehow connected to ending child trafficking, how they were working towards solving the problem of child trafficking and how it's pretty much a hidden thing in America. Many people are wondering if their suicides weren't murders. I am. Okay, the only side effect, it might turn you into an active shooting mass killer. Oh, the first big depression advance since Prozac nears FDA approval. Wow. No kidding. I don't know if this is true or not, but a lot of these, like Prozac, is just pure fluoride. It'll mess your brain up more than, 2 gallons of tap water from South Bend, Indiana. I actually drank like 3 quarts of tap water when I was in South Bend, Indiana at a Ryan's restaurant, a buffet. And I know they heavily fluoridate that water, and I could not make a coherent thought the next day. I was virtually trying to pull it together. I was like, Sarah, I just can't understand this. I even videotaped myself talking. I have a video, I play it occasionally. It's about my trip there. Oh, meet Cindy, a single mom making $30,000 per year who hopes to one day get beyond living paycheck to paycheck with a $700 increase in her tax refund each year under our tax bill. Cindy can start saving for her future. Cool. Cindy gets an extra $700 a year, except Cindy will have to pay $350 per month toward student loans and will no longer be able to deduct interest. Oh, she'll also have to pay $830 per month for health care for her and her 2 kids. That is until her premium goes up because you're trying to do away with individual mandates. Oh, and if God forbid there's a fire or flood and Cindy and her family experience any damage to their home, they can no longer deduct those losses. So really, Paul, Cindy is going to need that $700 just to begin to cover all the new bullshit you're putting her family through while you're off giving substantial tax breaks to private jet owners. Now, is she talking to Paul? Paul from Cindy and from so many of us take the $700 and shove it up your spineless, intellectual, dishonest, libertarian ass. Wow. So she had a beef with Paul, and we're not sure. Oh, Paul is Paul Ryan. I'm sorry. I didn't even read the article. Yeah, Paul Ryan, Mr. Make a Deal with the Devil to sign tax increases for the middle class over a 7-year period. We warned you about that. All the Trump supporters were going, I really like my tax break this year, yeah. Well, wait till the next 5 years roll around. You won't be liking your tax returns at all. Concordia people in Nishi and Kokobunji say your show is great. Wow. Thank you from all of us here in America, meaning me and Sarah. Yeah, we're a representative of average people, so why not? I would love to know how to pronounce that name of where you live. Let's take a look.
Nishikokobunji. Nishikokobunji.
Nishikokobunji. Welcome, Nishikokobunji people. Hello, Nishikokobunji. I love it. She makes $15 per hour and has student loans she has to repay back for college. Life is tough. Well, yeah. Most people are lucky to get $15 an hour in this economy. I don't think any of you really should have to, worry about paying your student loans back with interest. I don't understand why the government just doesn't buy up the entire student loan debt of $1.1 trillion. I mean, really, what's an extra $1.1 trillion if we can make sure your fixed rate interest is no more than, say, 2%? Right now, you're paying toward mostly, interest when you pay back your student loans. So very little goes to principal. It's no different than a house loan. Don't do a house loan. Seriously. You'll get locked in. The truth is, you will get locked in suspended animation by getting a house loan, a 30-year note. I know a guy who took out a 30-year note at age 60. And I said to you, dude, what are you doing this for? It's my dream house, man. Your dream house, you have a beautiful house. No, it's just not my dream house. Well, your beautiful house you're living in is paid for. It even has avocado trees, which I happen to love. No, man, it's not as good as my dream house. So he finds his dream house. It's on top of a hill overlooking the entire city of Los Angeles. And it absolutely, you can't even reach it by car without snaking through 15 roads to get there and losing your way. He actually said I should take an Uber to visit him. It's like, dude, how could you be this geographically undesirable? I'm not going to take an Uber, park my car and take an Uber to go visit you. But anyway, long story short, he's now in debt for another 30 years. I was like, when are you going to retire, man? I'll never retire, Dave. You know what's really scary? This guy makes like $250,000 a year, and he can't retire. It's like he can't even afford to retire. There is something about my face, isn't it? It's human, very much like yours. This person is doubting whether I'm human. I thought we worked this detail out. Yes. I'm not sure. You smoke crack? Well, I have nothing in common with you. I'm sorry. You guys saw the whole thing about slaughter bots being able to blow our brains out? I don't want to scare you tonight. And we do know about directed energy weapons and how they've got this ability to fry us where we sit. Like the people in paradise ended up burning to death. David, Miss Nishina-san, ask you if you have a Japanese descent. No, I don't. That's very funny. My mother was very close to a woman, Simiko. And Simiko was a fantastic friend of hers throughout her childhood. And my mother, it's long story short, my mother wrote to Simiko for 45 years. They were pen pals because as little girls, they were 7 years old and they were pen pals when they were living in New York together. And right before World War II, Simiko had to go back home. And she had to go back to Japan to be with her family. At that point, a lot of Japanese people were very, very unsure where the world was going. And my mother lost her best friend, but they stayed in contact through writing for 45 years. Yeah, you have a pen pal in the Philippines that works in a shoe factory? Wow, that's amazing. Real Magoo, thanks for sharing. Anyway, we kept all her letters, Simiko's letters, and we had... We even got gifts from Japan, and we sent her gifts, but mostly the gifts from Japan were way better than what we could send her. Just amazing things that she would send us. Anyway, my mother had a chance to meet her after 50 years separated up in Canada, and I even offered to drive her to visit them and stay in a motel or a hotel nearby and just have that big reunion. And her husband, Mr. The man, her husband, in the Japanese culture, the husband, his statements rule. So her husband said no. He would not allow her to visit her old friend. It was tragic. I was more than willing to have her meet her old friend, and they could never meet up. All they could do is remember each other from when they were little girls at 7 years old. Isn't that a special story? But their friendship went on in pen pal form throughout their whole life. Yeah, she could not go against her husband, even though we would have been glad to meet her for even 20 minutes, you know. Your parents give you an $800 a week allowance? Well, you should bank some of that, because that's your future. Surely you don't need $800 a week to live on. The New York Westminster Dog Show is on Fox now. Oh, really? I don't have it. New York Westminster Dog Show. Let's take a look. Ishan-san Yoshi Sanondo-san no Tokama. Welcome to Japan anytime. Oh, thank you for offering. That's nice. Well, I'm always very busy, as you know, avoiding air travel, because the truth is, air travel is not safe for me. It may be safe for you, but because planes like MH370 went down, and we still don't know what caused that plane accident, I'm not safe on any plane, unfortunately. I'd have to travel by boat. And then, of course, I have to bring my inflatable emergency life raft with me wherever I go. And not many cruise lines will take it. Trump can fly daily all he wants, but I'm convinced that the navigation systems on board planes are vulnerable. Now, I don't know about the Air Force One. I would assume they have a Faraday cage over the navigation system. But I wouldn't travel in Air Force One unless I saw it. Essentially, beam technology can hack into navigation systems and manipulate the QSR-11 chip, maintaining flight control of the plane and ultimately redirect it. Now, because they couldn't find MH370, we were, all struck by that. And there's been other flights that have been hijacked during airplanes that we don't even know what the cause of it was. Flight 447 in Brazil, carrying 31 top secret security officers for the Brazilian government. All that is completely covered up now in the news. But that flight went down. They spent $50 million looking for the black box. They couldn't find anything wrong with anything the pilots did. That it was literally overtaken. So this isn't the first time it happened that a plane would be overtaken. And I think we have to look at the possibility that if you're famous or you are infamous, in my case, I'm more infamous than I am famous. It becomes a problematic issue to travel without protection. I don't really trust any navigation system on board a plane. I had a conversation with one of the designers for the Boeing navigation system. He was working at Radio Shack. I'm getting the dog show right now. Hang on. He was working at Radio Shack, and I literally talked to a guy who'd been fired, and he was just trying to get a job, and I don't think we have the live broadcast on Fox here. One day ago. But he told me that he had created a navigation system for the Boeing system, and I said, well, are these things vulnerable? Are they, can somebody access them? He said, oh yeah. It's like, that was enough assurance for me right there to know that I'm not really safe traveling by plane. Well, I'm more infamous, Howie. I don't plan on being, I'm way more famous than famous is. I'm more infamous. I'm more like a living legend. As I walk through the shadow of the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. Oh, you shouldn't do that with your stepmother. You stop that, yeah. Be nice. There are a lot of bad people out there, people like Rahm Emanuel, Children of the Acorn. I mean, he hasn't done anything with Chicago, and there's still got the same old terrible people running the government. Yeah, I mean, look at our government right here. It's America's been at war for about 245 years, since 1776. or 42, 43 years. And yeah, let that sink in for a moment. It's not like they want, good people out there to lead this country toward a better future. They really are afraid of honest people. So that's why I've been censored for the past 10 years. I remember I've always been super virile. I remember saying that I was super virile. I'm a super virile guy. I just don't want kids. Dave, what happened, man? That's just not true. We've got censorship going on over at Vaughn. It's something terrible. Yeah. Vaughn gets over 1 million hits a day. People trying to get into their chat room over there. And people all around the world are trying to hit on our shows. They just can't get in. There's blocks to using Flash for iBlog. So that's a big barrier. And yes, Nishina can say thank you for your Fukushima project. Well, the Fukushima project is really one of the better ideas I've come up with. I believe that over time we can actually fix the Fukushima problem and move forward. Now, Japan is talking about creating some sort of a dump for all the radiation waste around the world and turning Fukushima into that dump. That's just not the right idea. We are vulnerable if we do that. We need to clean up the problem, not make it worse. So Shinzo Abe would be approached by me or whoever's the leader in Japan at the time. But the concept is to, let's take a look at Bono, the Havanese twins, shall we? Hang on. Okay, sorry to interrupt. The area around this area could be a U-shaped diversion. And my biggest idea, I think, is just getting a diversion for the water that's running downhill from Mount Fukushima. So that would be a diversion right there, digging a gully. And this is something they can do right now. I know Miss Scruffy likes to ban IPs over there. All right. This gully, veritable trench, if you will, would divert water that's flowing down the hill this way, normally going through the 6 reactor vessels. And if we want, we could use some of the trench work that was already done in this area as part of it. They tried to build a refrigerator unit, which failed. Hi, Dogbone. They tried to build a refrigerator unit, which failed. So by digging a massive trench and using the dirt, putting it on top of a mound like this, we can ultimately have a good solid buildup that would cover up any airborne radiation coming off of each reactor vessel. Now, each reactor is now melted down to the core. We know that from the video that they finally got in from robotics, that they finally got to work. All the core rods and all the reactors have melted down. Now, that means that the whole bottom of this section right here, let's see if I can bring you that. The core right in this alley right in here is completely contaminated. So we could build in each one of these mounds. Each mound could cover, we could virtually cover all of this. We could build a large corridor that can go straight through all the mounds, and we can run remote control unmanned vehicles with skip loaders on them. They're electric. They make them in Italy. I'm sure Japanese can make similar skip loaders that are all electric. But they basically take a load, put it in a shelf, continue on. They don't have to be very big, no bigger than an ATV. And they just work in tandem and have about 50 of these things rolling in and out and putting it into a fast breeder reactor we could build right here on the shore. Now, this fast breeder reactor could get rid of 97% of the fuel that is in the corium itself, the ground corium. So there's a huge trench of irradiated material that we need to pull out. And while we're pulling it out, there's going to be seawater contamination going this way too, because the bay itself has to be kept at bay. So let me show you how that will work. We will actually be able to seal off the end of the bay and create a water wall along this area and seal off the end of the bay with a large ship or destroyer. And using liquid concrete and in wet water epoxy setting concrete, we could probably seal that whole thing off. And if we truly can create a jetty and a water wall, we might be able to prevent any fresh water from getting into the contamination zone, making it infinitely harder to harvest out of it. That's the goal, and limiting the excessive rainwater going into the Fukushima Bay area will prevent 5 swimming pool size amounts of radiated material from entering the Pacific Ocean every single day. Now that's 5 swimming pools a day, big ones, like Olympic-sized swimming pools that are draining into the Pacific Ocean every day. It'd be like a wading pool for Godzilla, exactly. So these two characteristic solutions, albeit complex, especially to reduce nuclear material to 3% of its potential danger, will involve a tremendous amount of new technology. But this could be a veritable depot for spent fuel rods once we get this done. And in a way, once we get this thing established, in a way, Japan could have a growing new opportunity to recycle other nuclear waste in the future. But we have to get rid of this first. If we can prove to get rid of the nuclear waste that is most dangerous to the core, we could actually take shipments of nuclear waste like Japan wants to, and it would be a recycling center, a worldwide recycling center for nuclear waste. I think it'd be fantastic for the Japanese economy. I'm not here to bolster the Japanese economy, but it'd be a good partnership with America too. Now, GE built the nuclear reactor at the TEPCO Daiichi nuclear plant, and GE could easily begin to remedy the problem. They'd be the first to look at it and say, yeah, this is what we need to do. All right, so that was one big fix that we could follow up on. Let's see if Bono is ready here. Nope. Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting the Fox feed. If you have it for the dog show, that would be most advantageous for us, because I don't know if we want to miss the dog show. Right now we got a dog and pony show with Trump extremely unhappy with shutdown deal, keeping options open to build a wall. So Trump is offering no real leadership here, merely saying he liked the fact that they upped the total to $25 billion. They didn't. That was the total that they offered originally. In fact, they lowered it, I believe, to $23 billion. But the deal itself is only going to bolster our defenses, which is not really earmarked for a wall, except for 50 miles. So 1.3 billion is set up for 50 miles. That's their compromise. The Democrats aren't doing enough, and they don't understand the severity, unlike Trump claiming that they do. The Democrats still don't understand the severity of illegal immigration pouring into our country, which is my principal issue that I ran with since 2008. Now, Trump took the 1,000-mile fence idea and tried to model it after, some weird world where he claimed everybody coming into the country were rapists and murderers. And everyone, it landed flat on the ears of most Americans. They don't believe that everybody is an MS-13 gang member that's coming over the border. Most people coming over the border are just clearly families suffering from some economic or political disaster south of the border. So his characterization of them, calling them out, name calling, really didn't play well with Mexico or their leadership, and they never paid for the fence like he said they would, because he never had a plan to pay for the fence. Being this has deviated so far into the realm of he's clearly incapable of coming up with a good idea that we can execute quickly, it became more than obvious that Donald Trump is simply borrowing ideas and trying to play out with his scheme. We need to look at the population increase in South America. That's 31%. That alone is going to need a fence. There's no way around it. The gangbang approach was not appropriate. Calling people gangbangers that were just struggling families, that's ridiculous. He complicated things with his mouth. And why hasn't he even prosecuted Elizabeth Warren for being a fraudulent Cherokee Indian? Donald Trump has the authority through the Justice Department to charge her with a crime for violating affirmative action back in 1970 whatever. Why would Elizabeth Warren get a pass? I don't get it. He uses my ideas, and that was my idea, by the way, the DNA test for Elizabeth Warren. He uses my ideas and then he bastardizes them and he doesn't follow up on it. Allowing her to run for president when she's clearly a felon? Is this ridiculous? I can't even believe he hasn't prosecuted her yet. What are you waiting for, Donald? Seriously, Elizabeth Warren can be prosecuted on a federal level. She took federal money to get access to colleges like Harvard. This is ridiculous. So we have a lot of empty-headed thoughts coming out of Trump that don't seem to have any validity. And in the end, Ann Coulter and Rush Limbaugh were right. He's caving on the wall. He's acting like it's a win, but it's clearly a loss. Is he that messed up in the head that he thinks a loss is a win? We got a lot to worry about here if he is. I think they understand the danger of the border, but they're trying to obstruct and embarrass Trump on everything. Well, that's kind of unfortunate because the Democrats weren't elected to be weak on the border and offer amnesty. The Democrats won the midterm in the House and not in the Senate because people think that's the only way we're going to get accountability from Trump. And they're not even doing that in an expeditious manner. We're still waiting for an impeachment process to go forward. We're going to be waiting for Godot. It's going to be a long haul, folks. I doubt they'll even put together an impeachment plan within a year. And I think Mueller is a year and a half late, and he's also coming out against BuzzFeed, which has solid evidence that the Moscow Tower deal was going on during the presidency. Yet Mueller says no, they weren't, and claimed Michael Cohen never said that when they have evidence Michael Cohen did tell them this. And by the way, what happened to Michael Cohen? Wasn't he going to testify this week in front of Congress? Where is he? Last we heard from Michael Cohen is he felt that he was getting death threats from Donald Trump and Giuliani. And never a word again. We haven't heard from him. He had a shoulder surgery, and we haven't heard from him. I think that we got a lot to worry about here. A reporter was violently attacked at a Trump rally. Wow. Okay. Hopefully it wasn't Ocasio-Cortez. She was giving a high five to empty air. Look at this. And the Democrats are saying, no, that's a freeze frame. Well, it's a freeze frame right there because she's actually giving a high five to empty air. Yeah, she's that interested in getting... Or what about this situation where a Trump supporter is has constructed an actual 18-wheeler afloat to support the wall. Look at this. This is hilarious. It's doing the Macarena and promoting a float which says build the wall. It's hilarious. Trump, build the wall. So the American people really want that wall built. Now let's take a look at this reporter that's attacked at the El Paso. At the turn. The big El Paso rally that Trump had. And Beto O'Rourke is still out there claiming that the wall idea is terrible for the environment. Can you name one species, Beto, other than yourself, who'd be somehow altered from your course in nature? And if you do replicate, you can't replicate on the other side of the fence? Come on. Let me give you a link to the Macarena. Yes, here it is. Linky. There you go. David, can you guys build a wall so Mexicans stop stealing jobs in Vancouver, Canada? Yeah, that's the whole point. The container fence idea. Here we go. Wow. BBC.
Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans have reached the lowest level in the history of our country.
I have never seen a more disturbing rally in my life. These people are one step away from psychotic. It's group psychosis. Wow, that's pathetic. They think like a bunch of animals in a cage. Wow, it's groupthink gone wild. It's worse than Girls Gone Wild.
Hey folks, and welcome to another video from Now a Plain Truth 2. I'm interviewing this lady I did last night. She had to flee her home during the event. She's lived there all her life in paradise, and she tells some amazing stories. I just want to give you a rundown of the highlights because it's very critical to understand all the incredible critical information here. One, she says that the NSA and the Department of Homeland Security were there weeks before the event working on trees and power lines.
Wow, NSA and Department of Homeland Security in Paradise, California. Now, I'm of the belief, this is a full 1 hour video and 6 minutes. Thank you very much, Scissor Fight. Appreciate it. I'm of the belief that Paradise, California was burned down. I believe 20,000 people were killed. I don't believe it. When you think about it, who has the ability to get through to a public official saying, I don't know where my grandma or my aunt are, we never heard from them. Who has the time of the day to call up and say, what happened to Aunt so-and-so out living out in Paradise? A lot of these people were retirees with big gun collections, and they've all been melted down, including their gun collection. But the area of Paradise had about 24,000 people directly in that area that was burned. And out of that, the statistics show that 83 people died. The strange thing about the statistic is they said 88 people died, and then they changed it, the official death count, to 83, meaning somehow 5 people came back to life. I mean, I don't buy the story, or do you believe any of the assessed death tolls in Paradise? I don't. Oh, really? So his other channel got shut down? No kidding. So he's up again with a second channel.
Hey folks, welcome to a short video from A Plain Truth 2. Well, They came at me again with my third copyright strike, and it's all based on bogus bullshit.
Wow.
But you need to switch over to A Plain Truth 2, where I'll be publishing now until the copyrights get rescinded or they take down my channel. But here you can see they just filed another copyright strike against me. So that again puts me in the black hole of 7 days to respond, or all my channel goes away. 200 and some odd thousand subscribers and over 1,000 videos.
Wow.
This was the last one, and I contacted this gentleman, and he has agreed to ask them to stop the rescinding, but he said he was put under pressure to file copyright claims, even though I had written to him to ask permission. And this was really interesting.
Wow.
This is a copyright claim that was done on December 6th. December 6th, they filed. I don't even know what this channel is. I don't even know what it's about. But look at, on December 6th, they filed a copyright strike against me on December 6th. And then yesterday, the third strike, which put me in the hole, and they say I have 7 days to appeal. But what's really interesting about this is just 3 days ago, I got a copyright rescinding from this other channel that had filed a claim against me, a flat earther of all people, and they rescinded it, so I shouldn't have 3 strikes. I should only have 2.
Yeah.
So what they did is they went and added an extra strike.
And they dumped him.
And this middle one, the strike 2, came out of nowhere. They just added that in there, folks. Yeah. And they were saying it's partial content.
Yeah.
And that's what they added it when they rescinded the other strike. They just put a new strike in there in order to terminate my account. They clearly want me down. So, folks, please switch over to a Plain Truth 2 till I'm out of the penalty box and I can get back up to speed on a Plain Truth, or this will be the new website. But thanks for all your support.
Okay.
Peace and love.
Well, it's good he's put it out on his Mike Decker's site. Yeah, we're subscribed to that, but we'll subscribe to the next one too, Plain Truth 2. This is happening across the board to YouTubers, and I even have a collection of all of the 153 news links that come into our show, and I put them out on my Flipboard. This is my link library for all of you who want to check out our links. He's related to Alex Jones? Are you sure? I don't know if that's true. He's not like Dabu7. That's a different guy. Well, my 153 news link is on that link. So when you go to that link, let me show it to you. Right, when you go to that link, I'll put that Trump supporter in my link library on YouTube. I've got my YouTube collection, but this is my Flipboard, and we've got magazines, 27 magazines. And one of my magazines, if you click on that button, one of my magazines is 153 News. Right here. And this has all of our links. Very good news source that doesn't kick people off. 153news.net is fantastic. And definitely we need some sorting technique to get good quality videos to the forefront, especially exposing what could be a plan to eliminate people in Paradise, California en masse. I'm suspicious that maybe 20,000 people were killed. That seems a little odd, I know, to say, but we're also exposing the underbelly of a conspiracy, if you will. And this is not some fictitious belief that I'm pushing. This is an actual possibility that the area of California that was hit with the massive fires happens to be, over the past couple of years, the area that they want to do fracking in. So look at the plan by PG&E, which is a PG&E plan, to put together a fracking map, happens to coincide with the fires. Okay, well, PG&E is publicly owned but underwritten by the Rothschild family, and they own the notes on this, and right now they're in bankruptcy. They've been blamed for the fires with inept work with their poles and towers. But I don't believe that they should be blamed for inept work with their poles and towers. I believe that the people may have been behind the actual starting of the fires. It goes even deeper. You're welcome. Yeah, check out all of our links from there. Recent times. I also have a really old library of links, over 3,500 links, dating back to pre-election time and even back to the previous election. We've had this link library for some time. Delicious posts it for people, and it's what's happening? Wow, it won't click. Yeah, huh? Let me open it up on an Opera browser. Hang on. That's weird. They made it so you can't click on that site. That is really weird. Well, it could be they're trying to cover the link. They're making it so you can't click on it. But isn't that interesting, the prevalence of fracking in the same area that's been hit with the fires? Yeah. Let's take a look here. This usually works. I guess it's not working. It's taking its time. Yeah, it won't click. They shut it down. Yeah, they shut it down. There it is. Yes, Opera. You can access it on Opera. Okay. So you just have to download Opera. But the links go all the way to 3,358. And if you type in Trump and search by Trump, I've got 87 links that'll blow your mind. These were part of the links that we used in the election. And Moscow had contacts with Trump team during the campaign, Russian diplomat says. Always click on the link itself and you'll get the link. So this is the article that started my entire Russian collusion campaign discussing this. This is the first evidence of Russian collusion that came into the news. And this is from the Washington Post. You know, Bezos owns this. But yeah, they're claiming now an earlier version of this said Interfax was a agency of Russia, state-run. Now they're saying Interfax is a privately owned and managed company. Okay. But Russian government officials conferred with members of Donald Trump's campaign team, a senior Russian diplomat said Thursday. A disclosure that could reopen scrutiny of the Kremlin's role in the president-elect's bitter race against Hillary Clinton. The statement came from Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov, who had an interview with the Interfax news agency that there were contacts with the Trump team. Now, obviously, they're pretty worried about this because they wouldn't have contacted the Washington Post to say that Interfax is not a government agency. So they're going to try to, it's plausible deniability, but obviously we know most of the people from his entourage, Ryabkov says. We have just begun to consider ways of building dialogue with the future Donald Trump administration, and channels will be used for those purposes. This is a gross violation of the Logan Act, which you'll notice Mueller has not even mentioned once, the word Logan Act. So Mueller is not actually upholding U.S. law. This is proof positive from this link right here on the Trump library. Proof positive that there definitely is pre-election working with Russia. The owner of Delicious has configured their website improperly. Okay. Well, then that's the problem on their end, but they do have, it does open up on Opera if you want to access our Trump library. Okay? Just so you know, you have to use Opera to open it. Yeah, isn't Flipboard cool? You can do amazing things. Whenever I get a link like today in our show, we got a link that was, you know, anything from 153news.net I put in there, but we also have other links that are important. Here's Dr. Deagle talking about chemtrails.
And chemtrails, by the way, barium salts are in chemtrails. They are 10,000 times more toxic to your nervous system than lead. They contain mycobacteria, viruses, Pseudomonas florensis bacteria, human plasma. Chemtrails. And chemtrails, by the way, barium salts are in chemtrails. They are 10,000 times more toxic to your nervous system than lead. They contain mycobacteria, viruses, Pseudomonas florensis bacteria, human plasma. Wonder what human plasma is doing in chemtrails.
Yeah.
And this is not by conjecture. I did a lot of research before I'd ever say this, but these chemtrails are nasty. And there's 3 reasons for chemtrails. The first is and I talked to my NSA buddies at Fort Carson, Peterson Air Force Base, and Buckley, where I was actually their doctor taking care of the pilots flying and spraying the chemtrails. So I know it's real. If anybody says it's not real, they're full of it. Okay, because I'm a whistleblower. On the inside, it's not open for discussion. And my NSA buddies told me, 95% of them told me, they were up there trying to spray to reflect the sun out to stop global warming. So most of them are dumb enough to believe that garbage.
Exactly. Most of them are dumb enough to believe that garbage. That's so true. So that's Dr. Deagle telling you about chemtrails. He's worked with the NSA. He's worked for the Air Force that does the spraying, and he said that they're getting poisoned virtually just... Hey, you know, I'm not going to play that woman eating raw meat. Thank you, though. I'm not into people eating raw meat. Yeah, they've said recently that it's not sustainable to eat meat. That long term that we're going to be facing problems. Well, I don't believe we should phase out our beef industry or our livestock industry. I don't believe we should move in the direction of the Democrats who want to pull the plug on all our industries and turn us upside down and destroy us with taxes. I know a lot of you like a cut of meat on occasion. I'm a carnivore, so I totally understand that. But I really think that we could rebuild our fishing industry in a way that would be so environmentally clean that we would be the envy of the world and possibly be able to export fish that's home-raised, farm-raised fish to a worldwide audience that would just be absolutely thrilled to buy our product. Livestock, we're going to face an uphill battle with livestock because of USDA regulations do not meet and comply with European standards. But I believe our fishing industry could be exploited and we could really evolve in fishing. I believe that we could even dredge the area around New Orleans to create a harbor. And one of my ideas, which is forward thinking, and you won't get this from Ocasio-Cortez or Kamala Harris, is to create a harbor around New Orleans. So let's take a look at the topography of New Orleans and I'll show you how this is possible. I would love to see New Orleans being a hub of potential traffic too. What we have right now is the remnants of a horrible disaster left by Barack Obama, an environmental disaster that's paramount beyond belief in my mind, the Gulf of Mexico oil spill. Now, I know Donald Trump is busy talking about his wall. It's my fence idea. But I have an idea to convert New Orleans itself into almost a deluxe property values as well. You can see it has the potential in a certain area to open up a harbor. And it doesn't take a lot of creativity to imagine this entire body of soil right here being transplanted, and even some of the properties in this region being transplanted. It makes total sense that the area could be dredged as well, because it doesn't have huge boulders in this region. It's sand, it's silt, it's off the continental shelf. We could easily turn the entire area around New Orleans into a mecca for growing fresh, wonderful fish, aquaponics, as well as fisheries, clams, mussels, shrimp, shrimperies. This entire area could be a filter as well. So not only would it be it would be a natural filter, we could build it out of sand and have a wonderful flow through so that water would go in here and be filtered, and this entire area would be a fantastic area to raise fish on a large scale. So right now in Thailand, they're kicking our butt with this swai fish. I don't know if you know, but swai fish is really tasty. But it's bland. People love it. It's a type of catfish. It's a white catfish. But our catfish business in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana is so pissed off, they don't allow that product into the markets in the South. And they're really having a problem with the Thailand-raised swai fish introducing into our catfish market, which is a strong market. So imagine the potential for us to create growing new fisheries, catfish fisheries, shellfish fisheries, shrimperies. I know it sounds a little bit like Forrest Gump here. My mom always wanted to be, Forrest Gump. But the fact is, this is a prime area for a fishery. Yeah, swai is not a bad fish. It's kind of bland, but you can make it with all kinds of things. I've had a Thai blend with cilantro that's incredible. Yeah, it's a very good fish from Thailand. And you know what Thailand is doing? This is going to kind of blow your mind. I'm trying to give you some, just factual information, truth. That I'm piecing this together. It's kind of a puzzle. But believe it or not, they're so smart in Thailand that they've moved to Baja, and they purchased properties in Baja, California, Mexican properties, and they're raising shrimp down there. I mean, they're really way advanced to what we're doing. The Thai are actually buying properties in Baja and raising shrimp. So we have a lot of catching up to do if we want to stay on top of the open fish market, which has got to be one of the largest growing markets for protein in the world. There's just no limit to how much this will be in demand. So We have to start getting progressive in our ability to build new plans for production. America has relied on kind of stalwart industrialists and capitalists like Donald Trump to make decisions about our production and where we're at. We're relying on people who've been liquidating companies to get their wealth, like Donald Trump and Mitt Romney. They're liquidators, instead of people who are engineers or engineering minds or ingenious minds to actually get this country to produce things. But you got to admit, Trump is pretty smart.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well.
Well, that alone makes me feel a lot more confident, that our country's moving forward with a guy who likes to claim he's really smart without having any proof on record of an IQ test. Yeah. I just find that kind of funny. I've got an IQ test I posted at davidsponheim.com. You can actually look at it. It was measured in 1975. I was 15 years old in 11th grade. It's written right on there. I even showed you my GPA, 4.0 in high school. But I skipped 7th grade, so I went on to take college courses in high school, like a lot of college students do today, which I think is great. But Donald Trump didn't have any of that valid testing done when he was young. So we don't really know what his IQ is. It may be immeasurable. Intelligence quotient, cheese boy. Yeah. And the average IQ is 100. That's why the intelligence quotient was developed, to determine what the average mean IQ was. You skipped all the grades. You just didn't bother going to school. Well, a lot of you have different ways of learning, and I don't believe in IQ tests. I don't even think that they're a good, solid measurement of intelligence. Yeah, that's a pretty powerful image. America's been at war 222 out of 239 years. Amazing. I've never been to a brothel. No, I've never been to a brothel. Is that like a prostitution place, like Mustang Ranch out in Nevada or something? I've never been to those places. Well, he didn't outsmart the USA. Donald Trump used powerful Russian oligarchs to get elected. He cozied up with Vladimir Putin, and now our country doesn't have a solid, clear vision. He also cozied up with his friend Kissinger.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that him talking about Russia with Henry Kissinger is like talking about, the temperature of hell with Beelzebub. It's pretty much the same thing. Well, in my mind, he's a war criminal, Kissinger is. But he's never been tried at The Hague for allowing Nixon to bomb 100,000 people and not even speaking up as Secretary of State. 100,000 Cambodians were killed with a bombing raid that Kissinger oversaw. That alone is genocide. So the fact that Donald Trump cozied up with Kissinger shows you that Donald Trump is deep state. So don't stand there and believe the QAnon BS the CIA is spinning, telling people that Donald Trump is stopping the deep state. He is owned by the deep state. And what's really interesting is the New World Order has two different branches. They've got New World Order West with Kissinger and New World Order East with Vladimir Putin and the oligarchs. Yeah, it's amazing. And they're still trying to consolidate their power and take over more countries like Venezuela, Syria, Iran, the last holdouts. Hey, thank you for coming in, Sarah.
You're welcome, David.
They claim up to 1 million people died during the Iraq War. Amnesty International has statistics that blow your mind. Well, not only did no one indict George W. Bush or George H.W. Bush for lying, or George W. Bush for lying, Trump hasn't released any of the files that he said he was holding because George H.W. Bush was alive on the JFK assassination. We're still waiting for the truth on that. It scares all of us. That's why we're here every night, Frups. You want me to do the Henry voice? It's really a new world order. Okay, I'll be back.
We saw the Super Bowl. I didn't remember the Andy Warhol commercial.
Yeah, they had an Andy Warhol Burger King impersonator. Yeah, he looked a little like Andy Warhol. I'll give him that.
It says that was really Andy Warhol.
Oh, really? Was it? They pasted him in? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I'll put it over here and you can take a look at it.
3 decades after his death. Wow.
Yeah, that was Andy Warhol pasted in, I guess.
Oh. It said... It was a long, unedited clip of the pop artist quietly eating a Whopper. 1982 film by the filmmaker Jorgen Laith, maybe. 66 Scenes from America. A series of vignettes about life in the U.S. The Andy Warhol segment clocks in at 4.5 minutes of deadpan Whopper eating. A feat of unedited cinema very much in line with Warhol's own signature style of unedited film in works like Empire and... Wow. That's so funny, yeah. That's pretty funny. They did get permission from the Warhol Foundation. And less representatives, his son. They didn't want to change or touch the film in any way that would take away from its original content. Wow. That's pretty hilarious. David's cooking was really good tonight. He made chicken and he melted a little cheese on the chicken and then he made like a rice. I don't know if it was just brown rice. Well, it had like rice pilaf, he calls it, with like brown rice, some onions and a whole bunch of frozen green peas. That was dinner, which it was really good. I don't know if I could do the Awesome Carl video voice. I was watching, David and I watched this series of Chef Ramsay in Hell's Kitchen. That's one of the reality shows I've been watching on Amazon. And there's this woman that has this high-pitched voice that's kind of like Awesome Carl. But yeah, I haven't had a Whopper in a long time. I probably wouldn't either. Yeah, true. Real Magoo said 100,000 Iraqi civilians died in the Iraq War and no one indicted George W. Bush for lying. Yeah, I haven't had a Big Mac in a long time either. think I'm not really. I mean, I eat. Sometimes David makes like a organic hamburger patty, and I'll eat that, but that's about it. I'm not really a big fan of all the breading and the bun and all those things that go with it. I do eat meats. What are you talking about? I eat, like I was just saying, David sometimes makes organic hamburger and I eat that. I probably should eat more bone marrow soup or something. You don't trust eating out? Yeah, David's kind of like that. He prefers eating at a buffet because then it's not just, he thinks it's less likely to be contaminated because they've got to serve it to everybody. Well, bone marrow broth is supposed to be really good for you. Chicken. My sister gave me this borscht one time that she made with bone marrow broth, and it was like, oh no, it must have had a ton of black pepper in it too. And that was really good. It was very warming. It was like, I didn't realize how warming black pepper could be. No, lepra. Usually it's beef bone marrow. They sell bone marrow broth now in like health food stores. They have like, sometimes they have like boxes of beef broth, but then in that same aisle, at least in health food stores, sometimes it'll also have bone marrow broth. You always feel weird eating food someone else made? I don't. I don't have a problem eating food someone else made at all. I say thank you so much for making that food, especially David. KFC's secret recipe revealed: deep fried versus air fried. KFC's 11 herbs and spices. So this lady's testing out to see what she thinks are the 11 herbs and spices are. Pretty good. Wait, Anita, you're in the US, right? Oh, the UK, and the UK doctors can't file papers on your behalf or something? Huh. Oh, Real Magoo says KFC. You made that the thing? That looks pretty good. Is known for using lots of MSG, even on the coleslaw. Okay, I will avoid KFC because I'm not a fan of MSG. You say it's not bad for you, but for me, sometimes, maybe not always, but sometimes MSG gives me bad headaches. Whereas like salt gives David doesn't like salt, but I don't like MSG. Yeah, I think I am sensitive to MSG. I don't think everybody is, but I think I am. I also might talk to David about maybe I should not do as much milk anymore. David was already thinking that of less milk for us anyway, but I've been off milk for the past few days, and I'm thinking that normally I might have some issues with milk and lactose issues. Okay, you're going to eat some toast even though it's too early out there to eat in the UK. Wow. You used to drink 2 to 3 gallons of milk a week and it almost killed you? And someone asked, how did it almost kill you? Yeah. I feel like for me it causes like flatulence. I'll say that. Is it like 5:30 in the a.m. in the UK? Okay. Snow rednecks, you call some people that live up in Alaska? Cruiser says humans can't digest milk. It was causing excess phlegm that would choke you every time you had to take a quick breath. I have seen people that have like coughing and phlegm issues when they drink milk. And I am starting to think that it's not good for me. I might do almond milk instead. Yeah, I love fries. Cubes. Yeah, you can drink half a milk a day. It won't kill you unless you're lactose intolerant. I don't think I'm necessarily, I don't know, other than the lactose and that issue. Heavily processed and it has many additives. Who knows if it's even good for us? That's true. You like Almond Breeze vanilla? You just found a chocolate plant-based milk that you like? Is it pea protein, the plant-based one? I like, yeah, there's an almond vanilla. I don't know if it's Almond Breeze. I know Costco sells it. That I might probably get into. I don't believe in forced anything. But incentivization for the process, possibly. Give somebody money to do that, maybe. Yeah, I saw a pea protein chocolate something milk product. They called it plant-based milk, and it was pea protein, and I haven't tried it. Yeah, I have heard of the lavender. Somebody said lavender is all from cloning. You can't like grow a lavender plant from, it doesn't grow from seed or anything like that. Okay, Lepra. Well, I personally like the education system because I work in the education system. I understand what people think, but I actually do the part about learning to read. I teach really young students learning to read and comprehend what they read. But then you're right, like, and some basic math. And once you teach kids to do that, then everything's good. Then they can go and learn on their own, which is fantastic. Oh, thank you. Scissor Fight gave me a link. Almond milk has no almonds in it. Oh, that Almond Breeze has only 2% of almonds. What is it made out of then? Water, sugar, carrageenan, and sunflower lecithin. Yeah, I had gone off yogurt for a long time and then I went back on it. You can make your own almond milk. You like boil almonds and then... No, I love fries, I don't. You boil almonds in water and then like strain out the almonds, and it's like basically the water soaked almond, something like that. That's how you make it. Oh, USS Hornet wreckage, a warship from World War II. The wreckage has been discovered. Why do you think you're alive? Yes, exactly, moving nerd. And let them be happy and enjoy childhood. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Oh, okay. That was an interesting interesting story about the Andy Warhol thing. And thanks for the information about almond milk not having any almonds in it. Or at least Almond Breeze. I think I have a different almond milk. Actually, not right now, Cal Worthington, but you're right. I do yawn a lot. I guess I need to sleep more and then I won't yawn so much. I like that idea. Let people have their own opinions and research things for themselves and teach them to question everything. What do you believe? It used to be that we would tell, I remember like 2 or 3 years ago, librarians would tell and other teachers would tell kids, and maybe even myself, you need to look and see if it has at least 3 websites that validate what what one site is saying. But now you can't even go with that because there's, so many different websites that have similar belief systems. So that could indoctrinate kids. So it's really like question everything and come to your own conclusions. Huh. Well, King of David, what do you think of those children that are getting flu shots? Not flu shots, they're getting vaccinations against their parents' wishes. Their parents are anti-vaxxers and the kids are getting vaccinated against measles. I do, yes. Very much so, Lepra. It's very good. Necessary. Actually, what my favorite thing is this. Well, I wear it like I start in like October, November, and then I wear it all the way through. It's the 32-degree heat long underwear. I don't know what they call it, but it's like basically it's like long johns. I have like different pairs and I change it when I shower, and then that's what I wear like the entire summer or entire winter. Actually, I kind of start in fall and then wear it until spring. Sometimes later. Yeah, it's like thermals, but it's not. It used to be like I'd wear the cotton ones, but those are really cold. They just let everything they're too cold for me. This is like my favorite brand because it's a thin layer, but it keeps me warm. I know. So cute. Yeah, earlier this week you were reminiscing about the greatness that is long underwear. You don't have to reminisce. You can still wear it. El Chapo gets life in jail. He's likely headed to Supermax, where no one has escaped.
Yeah.
That's a lot of zeros. The national debt tops $22 trillion.
Yeah. Somebody was trying to tell me earlier that Obama lowered our debt. No, he increased it dramatically. People are so misled. We have a chart showing the trajectory of our economy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is perhaps one of the most powerful charts that I've seen. Let me see if I can bring it up for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and people love charts. And you can see from the borrowing trends, our country's been involved in, from 1990 all the way to 2000, we were pretty much an even economy in terms of the money we were borrowing. Up to 2000, and then George W. Bush added quite a bit. Then he dropped a little bit and got it down to this level. And by the time Obama took over, it skyrocketed in spending. And it plateaued, and when it dropped 5% there, that's the sequester in 2011, mandatory 5% reduction in spending. And it plateaued and dropped a little bit, but now Trump has taken it a much, much higher. He's on a real big incline, especially with giving the military over $716 billion, something like that. All right. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in. Appreciate it. Awesome.
Thank you, David.
Enjoy your evening.
I think I will.
Yeah, enjoy that show. It looks
I
good.
I should do, but I'm still.
No, just enjoy
I'm
life.
still not.
Yeah.
I'm still. Yeah.
This is your furlough. Your snowed in furlough here. Yeah, we've had a lot of snow up here in Washington, which is an indication of major global climate change. We have a president who doesn't believe in climate change. We have no real progress in getting rid of carbon pollution with him. But then you look at the Democrats, and they want a green agenda, a Green Deal, which is going to cost every taxpayer a huge amount of money, and they have no plan to do it. And it's so radical what they're saying that it would probably cost all of you your cars. They'd probably force your combustion engine vehicles off the highway and junk them, like Obama did with the Cash for Clunker program. What a waste that was. It took perfectly good infrastructure and destroyed perfectly good cars, just so that he could act like he's getting rid of some combustion engines. Yeah, we love... Is Ozark in the next season? Is Ozark new? Because I like Ozark. It's great. Netflix? I think I'm caught up on Ozark, but you never know. They may have some new ones out. That's a great show. It's kind of like a little bit... We all miss the work of Mr. White. Yeah, remember Mr. White? Lots of good shows out there about things that are always cutting edge. We've got a cutting edge situation right now with the arrest of Gooch. I guess his official name, I guess he goes by the name of El Chapo. A man who threatened the president, made various threats, was originally arrested, then escaped, and then was arrested again in 2017. And some people believe that the arrest in 2017 was so easy, so planned, and so cad that it's not even him. It's somebody else. And I don't know. It sure doesn't look like him in the eyes. Yes, El Chapo. Top stories. Faces life imprisonment. Let's listen to this story.
Indictment. In sum, here in the Eastern District, convicted Joaquin El Chapo Guzman Loera on all counts of the federal indictment. In sum, the jury found that Guzman led the Sinaloa cartel, one of the largest and most dangerous drug cartels in the world, and that he is responsible for violence, including murders, and the smuggling of massive amounts of narcotics into the United States over a period of decades. His conviction, we expect, will bring a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Today we say American justice has been served, ending his days of evading law enforcement, ending his murderous ways, and his propensity of carrying out violent acts, all in support of his drug trafficking efforts to poison our streets here in our country.
Okay. Yeah, that was the first picture. Yeah. Yeah, I got to go look up his there is no new ones, Dave? Okay. Yeah, I just don't know if I have any skin tags for you. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Chapo, early arrest. Let me take a look. The fall guy for El Chapo is still there. The real El Chapo, yeah, I believe this is the fall guy. When you look at the real El Chapo, would this guy scare the crap out of you if you were at a bus station and he was looking at you like you were a mule and he was going to pull your cocaine out of your stomach whether you liked it or not? The real El Chapo had a completely different look, and it's highly unlikely that he would ever have. That's the real El Chapo. Yeah. You can see there is a difference. So faking his death or making it seem like he's got another guy, a body double. Yeah, I don't believe necessarily they have the real guy. I just don't know if there's been DNA testing done. I haven't reviewed his file. I'm not a police officer. Okay. You heard some guy was pretending to be El Chapo's nephew to intimidate the rapper Tekashi 69. Whoa. Maybe they got him. I don't think, yeah. Well, I don't know. Just the faces just don't match up. The look of El Chapo is in your eyes tonight. The look of El Chapo. Yeah, I have a kind of a facial recognition thing going on where we constantly recognize faces, and it just, nah. There's just no way that guy is that guy. Sorry. And the more I look at it, the more I'm of the belief that there's just no way. You're saying he's older and fatter. Yeah. I don't know. Similar facial features, I will give you that, but the nose is different. Slightly different nose. El Chapo's nose and the nose. El Chapo's nose has a small little dip underneath the nose. Let me take a look. Close up. See that indentation? Okay, let's take a look at the other one. You know, I can zoom in better with this than I can with my own eyes. It's hard to see that. All right, well, we're getting into the the details of somebody who we know may or may not be the guy. I don't know. So El Chapo's nephew threatened to get Tekashi 69 mom deported. Wow. Okay, Daily Beast. Oh, regarding, yeah, okay. Thanks, I'll play that in just a sec. Listen, El Chapo's nephew threatened. Wow. Whoa. And the mother, yeah. In a sign of the craziness that spins the world of Tekashi 69, an Arizona man who claims to be drug lord El Chapo's nephew is telling people that he is jailed rapper's new manager and agent. But, of course, there is an added twist. The man is now said to have fallen out of favor with Tekashi because of a voicemail message in which he noted he knew that where Tekashi and his family lived and threatened to have the recording artist's mothers deported. Well, I don't know what to say, man.
Hey, what's up, Sam? It's me, Jose. So I guess you didn't have the courtesy to respond me back, no? You need to please tell Danny, bro.
You know, I think I'm not gonna turn this into an MS-13 moment on the show. You know, I didn't know. You guys have knowledge. I have no idea about Tekashi. No, I have not been following Tekashi.
We've been reporting on a measles outbreak.
Hold on, please. I don't follow any of these people, man. Okay, say hello to my little friend.
Pacific Northwest, we've been reporting on a measles outbreak after a number of parents say they will not vaccinate their kids. It is a topic of discussion across the country. And tonight, Dr. Tara Narula tells us about one Ohio teenager who has defied his mother's wishes.
For most of his life, Ethan Lindenberger thought it was normal for most kids not to get immunized. But about 2 years ago, he began to see how the posts about vaccines his own mother was sharing on social media were dangerous.
You have something like measles, which is a preventable disease that we can vaccinate against, that I and many people believe is coming back.
In November, Lindenberger asked strangers on Reddit, an online message board, where he could go to get up to date with his shots. My parents are kind of stupid, he wrote. God knows how I'm still alive.
I was like, what? I was just blown away.
Jill Wheeler is his mother.
There's a degree of feeling like, he doesn't trust what I say as a parent.
I question her judgment, but not her care.
Lindenberger showed his parents scientific studies that showed vaccines were safe and effective, but his mother remained unconvinced.
I think it was just straight up fear of him getting these immunizations and having a bad reaction because he's my baby boy.
Yeah, you know what really amazes me? She's so young looking and she's taken such good care of her skin. And, you can see how the son is clearly eating fast food and junk food. And it looks like he's probably 45 years old, or what is he, like 13? Yeah, and she looks great, avoiding the vaccines. And now he's got the thimerosal in him, squalene, mercury. he gets the Roundup injection in him. Yeah, he looks like she looks 10 years older than he does. I know. Isn't that amazing? Vaccines cause acne. Well, I didn't know. Like we'd have to do a double-blind study on that. We haven't done that. In fact, they haven't even done double-blind studies on most of the interdictions, most of the synergistic effects of multiple brands of vaccines coming together. We don't even know what they'll do in people except by the results we have in the field, which shows a high rate of autism, a high rate of ADHD, and a CDC that's been willfully covering up every single implicating story there is. And they're covering for the big pharma industry. And RFK Jr. has been public about this and told people that, this is happening. The only problem is he's got this voice that's hard to hear. We heard him last night on the vaccine show that we brought into our video last night. Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has a voice impediment, but it's only because he has a disease. So
Well, here's the background, Del. When Congress gave economic immunity to the pharmaceutical industry for manufacturing vaccines and distributing vaccines in 1986, it was removing any kind of economic incentive for those companies to actually maintain or improve or guarantee the safety of vaccines. Every other product has an incentive to make their product safe from manufacturing defects because they know that they can get sued by people who are injured. But in this case, that check and balance was being removed. So Congress, in order to remedy that, now that gaping hole in economic incentives, assigned specifically to HHS the obligation to make sure that vaccines were safe. And one of the key parts of that obligation, and this is all in the 1986 Act, one of the key pieces of that obligation was a mandate that every 2 years that HHS makes a safety profile of the vaccines that it has approved, and that it reports to Congress about what it has done during those past 2 years to improve vaccine safety. And we couldn't find any record of any of those reports over the past 32 years. So we sued them. We sued HHS. We fired a FOIL request. They could not, they didn't produce any documents. We sued them, and they have now admitted that they have never done any of those tests, and they have never filed any of those reports. And really, Del, what it shows is the lackadaisical, the cavalier, the casual attitude HHS has towards vaccine safety.
Wow. Thank you, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You're doing great work, and I'm glad that Trump put him on the detail. That is awesome. And this young man has no idea what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is talking about. He's reading the propaganda in the media. He's reading the pamphlets at the local drugstore that give this blaring support of vaccines without any credible studies having been performed on their efficacy in 30 years. His voice was altered by a disease he has. Yeah, and it is the it's called spasmodic dysphonia, also known as laryngeal dystonia, a disorder in which the muscles that generate a person's voice go into periods of spasms. The person's voice may also sound strained, or they may be nearly unable to speak. Another person who has this disease is Diane Reeves of NPR Radio. When you hear her show 11:30 at night every night, it's like nobody will get rid of her because they feel bad for her because her voice sounds like Diane Reeves, NPR Radio. Very similar and disturbing. But she has a listenership of people that talk, and apparently nobody else has the ability to do the news except for Diane Reeves. I think we're getting reamed myself. But no, it's difficult when you put a guy with a voice like his. No one wants to listen to it because it's so difficult to hear his words. Not like mine, which is mellifluous and pleasing and calming. But Trump doesn't want to put me in office because I'd outshine him. That's the problem with him. Okay, let's move on. Okay, parents erupted a massive brawl during a children's wrestling tournament in a shocking video. I have not seen this. See if it works. Shocking video. Here we go. Watch full video. Let's do it. Hold that thought for a second. Let's go to full screen. I don't want to miss this shocking parents having a problem with wrestling. Well, if the kid had been reading anything like RFK's recent assessment of the vaccinations on a different note, I'm responding to chat, that kid would have never ever felt that vaccines were safe. They haven't tested vaccines for 30 years. Hello? Did you not hear what that man who has a voice problem said? We got a retarded one in the show here. Okay, well, we have a place you can go to if you're mentally retarded, but not this room. Okay? Thank you. If you'd like to have access to our MR room, we have one right over here. I'm looking for people to chat there privately with me, and I'll help you through it. Now, Busy, I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about, because I know you're not retarded. But we do have a place for anyone who's mentally retarded called the Periscope room. Yes. Busy's very smart. He'll help you through the tough issues. Yeah, he needs people in there. All right. You want to mindlessly support vaccines and not realize there's a problem with people getting poisoned, like that young child who recently had an MMR vaccine and got poisoned with neuroencephalitis? It's been going on since 1952. The CDC's been covering up all these cases. Our government puts $65 million in a trust fund every year just for filing lawsuits against people who are suing the CDC. So we can either countersue or settle out of court. We also offer cash awards to people, the government does, to try to keep these from getting to the courts, because when they do look at all the specifics like RFK Jr. just did, when they do look at all the specifics, it is more than obvious that the government hasn't tested vaccines in 30 years. And it goes deeper than that. They haven't even tested which ones go with each other and how they interact. So, yeah, and I support vaccinations in small quantities, but not 74 vaccinations at once, which is what little babies are being forced to do. And doctors are getting $400 per child in cash backs from the government to do this. We don't have that kind of money to give doctors to force vaccinations on children. I can see reducing the vaccination load to 7 primary vaccines like we did back in the 1980s. That would be my claim to fix this problem. Adding numerous new vaccines is absurd, and a recent study done at Yale shows the truth. In 2014, Yale study on vaccines showed that 38% of the African American boys that were given excessive vaccines in a rapid pace, 74 vaccines, 38% developed autism. Now, we shouldn't be testing people, African American boys, but the test was done on a sample of standard vaccination doses that were given normally to kids. So it's not like they went out of their way to just vaccinate African American boys. This is what they gave everybody. And 38% of them came down with excessive autism. That's a significant number, not something to just disregard. Plus, these vaccines are not fully cleared of any dangerous components like Roundup. They found glyphosate in vaccines, which is coming from the gelatin used in the colloidal suspension, where this ancient technology of a contaminated egg is injected into every single dose and then put into a colloidal suspension of gelatin created from the hoofs of animals that walk on Roundup. This is how stupid our country is, people. Nobody in our government knows what they're doing. Have you seen Kellyanne Conway lately? Oh my gosh. Oh. I have never seen anybody with a more blank, empty stare in my life. I mean, as if she's like a Stepford wife. She's the woman in charge of the entire opioid problem in America. You can't tell me she's not on opioids. I mean, the way she looks. I mean, seriously, I know she works really hard, but I mean, gosh, Donald, would you like me to get the kneeling pads, Donald? I'll be ready in a few minutes. Okay, I'm your gal. I mean, come on, people. Wake up. Wake up, people. We're being run by a bunch of imbeciles, and they're wasting our money, your tax dollars. They claim that opioid addiction is going to be reduced by how? What? Education? Like the Just Say No campaign? And, well, Nancy is working on the Just Say No campaign, and so far she hasn't said no to Valium. And I can't break my addiction to jelly beans. But seriously, we are losing it here. We got people that look like they're addicted to opioids trying to get rid of the opioid addiction. Now, we know that legalization of marijuana, thank you, RFK Jr., for being you. And I really think you're awesome. You'll have a place in my administration close to the White House. Well, I'm just saying, if we legalized marijuana, we wouldn't have as many opioid addicts out there. Dark Sphere, you seem like a guy who likes a good stiff drink. A little Yukon Jack with your kitty cat. I doubt you even try a little marijuana, but you know something? If you need to, we have recreational. Oh yeah, there you go. Drinking out of the Steinmaster. We have our recreational states that allow it. That
better than, I think, almost anybody.
I think you're better than everybody. But your kitty's so cute. Yeah. Well, I think we could probably encourage people to get legal marijuana out there across the board. I'm hoping that we can make it 100% legal in America as soon as I become president. That's the goal. And there's a good solid reason, because we could use that fuel from hempline, any cannabis or hemp, marijuana, whatever, can grow into a renewable energy that can be integrated in our diesel supply. So we could easily have renewable energy flowing into our diesel supply, and truckers could be incentivized to use green fuel, green diesel, as opposed to regular diesel. And if they do the conversion completely, we'll give them 3 filter replacements on their oil filter, which is essential, and they'll be running cleaner. Their engines will last longer, and we'll be able to produce a product that will ultimately help our country's truckers. And if worse comes to worse, yeah, they could use regular diesel, but it's going to clog the filter again. You see, green diesel, or hempline, runs 80% more clean than the crap that they're using right now, even the modern sulfur-reduced diesel. So I really think we're on the right track toward renewable energy with this plant. Now, I'm the original green guy anyway. I don't know why the Democrats want to label a green agenda. We had green agendas all along. I want to clean the ocean. We want to do everything we can. I mentioned earlier that I want to create a harbor around New Orleans and filter the water going into that harbor and have some of the best fish in the world to sell and export. That's just for starters. And we want to make sure the American people have a chance to get involved in a renewable energy solution for themselves, like a solar panel on their rooftop, which is part of my green revolution I came up with 8 years ago, the solar rooftop revolution. and the Homestead Renewal Plan, which will lead to a huge amount of jobs for Americans earning $15 an hour. I've upped it to $15 an hour now. Starting wage. You can just paint walls. We'll give you a paintbrush, and even if you're in a wheelchair, you can get work done at the low level in a house. We need people to paint walls. It's going to be essential. We have to maybe even do work outside the garden. We want a place for everybody to get started and take pride in home ownership, because we'll be able to offer these homes to people at a very affordable rate of only $50,000 total, $500 a month payments for 10 years. Now, $500 a month payments for 10 years is $60,000 if you've done the math. But we have to earn a little bit of money on that money just to make sure that we're not wasting our money. So if you have $50,000 and this is your first home and you qualify, and this isn't not an investment property, you could pay cash out and be out the door with your own home. And we will include a solar panel rooftop with every house we work. It'll be drawing 30% of its energy from the roof. Isn't that great? Oh yeah, they got a great shoe. Katy Perry's shoes removed from stores over the blackface design. This is coming from a leftist magazine, The Guardian. Yeah, they're known for their leftist position. But the pop star's blackface shoes, which are not shown in the picture because they've been redacted, so to avoid any kind of even the picture's been removed. Wow. So I don't really care. The left is going to reel when they realize that blackface trumped them everywhere they turn. They can't kick the governor of Virginia out, Northam. He's staying. They have no legal precedent to deny a person their free speech in doing blackface. That's why I did the blackface in 2009, because I realized that they have no legal recourse to stop me. And how was I supposed to impersonate Barack Obama in whiteface? Come on, seriously. Well, let's be clear. I'm Muslim, homosexual, married to a transgender. Oh, what happened, Anita? All right. The vaccine injuries, the man was paralyzed after hospitals and vaccines. Yeah. There have been a lot of suits, vaccine suits, especially against Bill Gates in Africa. There's been 50,000 children in Africa that have had adverse reactions to Bill Gates' vaccination program. 50,000 kids have nearly died or died from the vaccinations themselves. Yes, I can run for political office because blackface is what needs to be broken out. We need to talk about it. Yeah, the reason why I did blackface is because I'm completely censored in the media. And all of us are. You just don't know it. You've never tested it. Yeah, if you are a person who's afraid of free speech, then you've come to the wrong place. We encourage you to do anything you want. Even if you're a black guy and want to do whiteface. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not trying to, corner the market on being weird. You can be weird too. But no, in order to expose the structure of corruption in our country, like the Clintons, over the Haitian money that they got, if we don't do that as some sort of a look and see into the darkness of the Democratic Party, we'll never get to the bottom of how corrupt they are. But then you look at Trump and his bizarre alliance with Russia, and claiming he wasn't involved in the Russian Moscow Tower deal when he was. Even Giuliani said he was, and then he retracted and said he wasn't. That makes you think that there's a lot of corruption there too. So both parties have pretty much deceived us, lied to us, left us as a nation with nothing, no representation. It's pretty serious when our country's been lied to by such a terrible force, a veritable force of evil, if you will, that controls both parties. Yeah. Both parties are owned. Money rules. In case you didn't know, I know it's hard to realize, but your non-donations to our efforts really do make a big difference in the negative direction. So Bill and Hillary need to be looked at. The Haitian and people who died there, and the things that around the earthquake in Haiti, are very suspicious. And without an investigation into the Haiti death count and the money laundering or rediversion of funds, we'll never get to the bottom of that. And without a real solid move in obvious directions, obviously Donald Trump violated the Logan Act. And I showed you the article in the New York Times that depicted him talking to Russian officials in violation of the Logan Act ahead of the election. Getting money from Manafort and Cohen, if the Democrats can uncover the amount of money that they sent him to Trump, then we might have a case there with the movement of money for pay for play. But we definitely have a felony count on emoluments clause violations due to the fact that he's running a hotel, the Washington D.C. Trump Tower, out of a USPS building, profiting at the same time from his position as president. Way more than $400,000 he makes. I wouldn't doubt the Washington's D.C. Trump Hotel makes a few $1 million a day. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, it's a huge operation. Although I can't even look at their numbers because there's no oversight. So I went to look for a Trump D.C. hotel revenue. And my number of 1 million is not accurate. But I can tell you they made 40 million during the first year in office. So in the past 2 years, Donald Trump has made $80 million or more. Actually, he's now up to $120 million on his presidency. Had he just received a check for $400,000, he'd only have approximately about, well, $900,000 because he's been in there a little longer than 2 years. He'd have about $900,000. Instead, he has 40 million times 3 or times 2.5. 90 million versus 900,000. I guess 90 million's better, huh? Yeah, Trump didn't need 400,000. He has 90 million from the Trump Hotel. He's making money off being president. Meanwhile, Jimmy Carter sold his peanut farm to avoid conflict of interest. That's right. I know that Jimmy Carter definitely was very, very sad to lose his farm in Plains, Georgia. And I commiserate with him. And I'd love to talk to him and Roseland and discuss the sadness of losing the farm in Plains, Georgia. And he just wanted to be a nice president, you know? Long story short, they forgot that they are all brothers and sisters cohabitating the same planet. So they kind of became delusional and imagined these invisible borders, beliefs, and structures separating them and starting to destroy each other and the earth they live on. And instead of just living, sharing, and evolving together, beep, that's it. End of story. That's from the perspective of an alien who doesn't realize that illegal aliens don't have a right to come into our country. I definitely think that Jimmy Carter did not sound black, but I think it's very racist for you to say that. I'd like to talk to my friend Henry Kissinger about that. Henry? Why should we join the New World Order?
Well, it's very simple, Mr. Carter. We are strictly running the world to make sure that all countries are owned by one single entity and there will be no more wars. And we will probably balance all of the planet's resources.
But I lost my farm, and now Jimmy Carter lost my farm, and now Donald Trump is making $90 million off of a USPS building in D.C.
See the problem here? We have a guy who's profiting for the world, making all his cronies happier, like Donald Trump, and we, the people, are getting nothing. We're getting screwed. How does it feel to be screwed? Even you Trump tards who believe that Trump is somehow fighting the deep state. He's in bed with the deep state. Hello? You believe in real aliens? I think it's a scam, yeah. The thing is, hey Bob's Trailer, everybody. The thing is, I wouldn't worry about black people, Bob. They're people too. Yeah, we're all people here. Thank you. Aye. Long lost footage shows Rudy Giuliani dressed in drag with Donald Trump. You know, I play that in our show all the time. Yeah, this is a standard on our show. But thank you. I'll add it to my link library. Yeah. I guess you weren't watching the show during those many times I play it. Absolutely. Inside Edition. If Mueller released any info about the council's investigation, he would be violating the law. That's sad. That is the law. That's what the special counsel is supposed to do. You know, when Ken Starr did his entire investigation of Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and the Whitewater thing, he made a full statement that he didn't find any connection. And then he put all of his files in one location, the Murrah building in Oklahoma City, right at the epicenter where the bomb went off. So the Oklahoma City bombing actually took out all of the Whitewater files that Ken Starr had. And he spent $60 million on that. We only spent $15 million to find out who did the World Trade Center attack. And since it is Truth Tuesday, I'm going to segue to that now. We spent $15 million versus $60 million to do Whitewater and lose all those records. By 9/11, we had spent $15 million on that, and we still don't know who did the 9/11 attack. They claim that those 17 or 18 men were Saudi Arabians mostly. None of them were arrested, nor did our government look them up in their home countries. In fact, some of them are still living there and are kind of tired of having their name mentioned in the news. And they didn't even take into account a lot of different factors that leads us to believe that the 9/11 event was covered up. So not only did we not find out information about Whitewater in the old days, but we still didn't find any 9/11 Commission report didn't find anything either. So why would we ever think that Mueller would find anything here? It's absurd. Mueller was actually one of the FBI directors that signed off on the 9/11 Commission report. Let me show you what he signed off on. The second report allegedly works in Building 6, but in the report they do not say that Building 6 of the World Trade Center was hit with a bomb. Now I'm going to show you forensic evidence from an aerial photograph of Building 6. Look at Building 6 right there, and tell me a bomb didn't go off in the middle of it. No other building landed on it. Clearly, it had the same kind of bomb that occurred with the Oklahoma City bombing. It almost looks identical to that, ironically. The entire center of the core was ripped out completely, all the way down into the core. An entire bomb was detonated in the middle of it. But yet, the 9/11 Commission Report 1 and 2 did not include any explosions in what appears to be the biggest demolition in U.S. history. Not only Building 6, Building 7, but the two Twin Towers as well. I mean, you can't just ignore this fact that our government ignored this salient, clear example of a bomb. The reason why the bomb is so important is who had time to set it? And how come no one looked for the bomber? Hey, Akira Hidiotora. Hello. Welcome. They're very smart. Yes, exactly. And this is why you need people like me in charge, not Donald Trump. You got another video on vaccinations? Okay, Anita. The Vax stories, Colton in Utah. Excellent. Thank you. I'll add it to our link library. Thank you, Anita. But we've got other videos that are equally disturbing about the cover-up, 9/11 cover-up. And when you look at this video right here that I'm going to show you, you can't help but wonder, was there a missile that hit the Pentagon? Because the only frames that the Pentagon, that they released was, hang on, I'm going to show you two frames here. Hang on.
Hello, it's Tuesday, July the 26th.
Hang on, I'm going to show you a couple of pictures here. The Pentagon looks more and more like a missile hit it, not a 767 plane. And that's what's a big concern to me, that a missile would do such damage. Here is the footage that the FBI released. Now, mind you, there were 80 different camera angles that the FBI refused to show of video cameras videotaping the entire event. They only showed 15 frames. That in and of itself is a clear example of a cover-up. Okay, we're looking at the white streak. These are the 15 frames of the one camera angle that they showed. And you look at this, you'll see at the tip, a little closer. Look closely at this. And you'll see that it clearly is the tip. The white streak appears to smoke dust trail behind something else. You're looking at the tip right here of a Tomahawk missile. Well, how could terrorists, ragtag terrorists from Saudi Arabia, get a hold of a Tomahawk missile? Yeah. So that's another salient factor that has not been looked at, which opens the door to a cover-up by the 9/11 Commission report. And Mueller signed off on that. It's a tip of a missile. You can clearly see it. It's clearly a cover-up. Roy Cephas, thank you. So if there is a cover-up at the highest level, we need to get answers from some of the top brass. We couldn't talk to George H.W., but we could certainly talk to George W. in my administration. We can talk to Dick Cheney, who's still alive. There's no reason why we wouldn't open the door on this investigation. Remember, the people that covered this up are still in power. In fact, when we look at the JFK, I mentioned earlier that Trump still hasn't released the file on George H.W. Bush. When you look into the JFK assassination, you can't help but think cover-up at all levels. So the people that covered up the death of John F. Kennedy by claiming Lee Harvey Oswald, the patsy, did it, these people, they're still alive. A lot of them are still out there. So the people literally that killed our president are still, roaming around with their kids. So we don't have any answer here. Even George H.W. Bush Sr., number 41, he actually smiled when referring to the JFK assassination. Look at this little clip from George H.W.
During the 3 decades of public service that followed his arrival in our nation's capital, time and again, he would step forward and keep his promise. Even the dark clouds of political crisis gathered over America. After a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, our nation turned to Gerald Ford and a select handful of other assassinated over America. After a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, our nation assassinated President Kennedy, our nation assassinated.
We don't understand why he smiled there. After a deluded gunman, it's like he was laughing. We never could understand that. You met somebody who's going to vote for me? Thank you. Good to know. What was funny about a deluded gunman assassinating our president? So many people believe that George H.W. Bush do something. Now, right before George H.W. Bush's death, there was mention on the internet on a couple blogs that said that there was word on the street and out in the Beltway that George H.W. Bush wanted to talk about the JFK assassination. And then right after that, he died. Isn't that interesting? Maybe he had a crisis of consciousness or conscience, and he came out and wanted to talk about it. They just said, "No, you're done. Bye. Bye now." Hunter S. Thompson's 9/11 essay is still chilling accurate 16 years later. Now, Hunter S. Thompson was in the inside of a lot of information. This is going to be a very expensive war, and victory is not guaranteed for anyone, he wrote. When terrorists attacked the World Trade Center and Pentagon September 11th, 2001, no one knew exactly what the future will hold. However, Hunter S. Thompson turned out to be amazingly prescient. Shortly after the tragedy, the famed Gonzo journalist wrote an essay for ESPN where he laid out his thoughts on what could happen in this new era. His remarks are still chillingly accurate. He said, boom, boom, just like that. The towers are gone now, reduced to bloody rubble, along with all hopes for peace in our time, in the United States or any other country. Make no mistake about it, we are at war now with somebody, and we will stay at war with that mysterious enemy for the rest of our lives. It will be a religious war, a sort of Christian jihad, fueled by religious hatred and led by merciless fanatics on both sides. It will be a guerrilla warfare on a global scale with no front lines and no identifiable enemy. Yeah, it didn't take a genius or a great weirdo like Hunter S. Thompson to come up with that statement either. Many of us felt the same way. The idea that they were creating the need for war by creating terrorism was obvious to all the people who could think through this ploy. We weren't even attacked by Iraq or Afghanistan. I mean, come on. Why would we turn around and attack Iraq and Afghanistan? And George W. just saying, we took him out with shock and awe. And when people were fighting over their own right to live in Iraq without us involved, he said offhandedly, people die fighting for democracy. You know, this kind of mentality is just unheard of. We've been taken over by New World Order puppets, leaders like Trump and Obama and George W. Bush. We've never had one of our own lead our country. We're being led by a bunch of quick money, fast deal, nepotistic relatives of somebody who's famous. That's not the way to lead. We're certainly not filtering our population down to the best of the best. People like myself are ignored, censored in the media constantly. I'm getting no traction whatsoever in the mainstream media, and they won't give me an inch, purposely. The book Family of Secrets by Russ Baker is an investigative look at the Bush family and a history of their role in the world. Baker's book charges that George H.W. Bush murdered JFK in 1963. It's entirely possible. There's a great deal of evidence to back that claim up. That George H.W. Bush was the director of the CIA, and the CIA held operations in Dealey Plaza when John F. Kennedy was killed. It's a serious reality check, isn't it? No one wants to recognize that fact. Earlier today, I talked about MH370 and the downing of a plane that has still been a mystery. And there have been other mysterious planes like Flight 447 in Brazil, off the waters of Brazil, taking down 31 of the top Secret Service agents for Brazil. All of this is very suspicious. It turns out that Jacob Rothschild inherited the patent that is used in all of the top secret slaughter bots that are out there. Yeah, it's a patent that could veritably give him ultimate power over AI. Why is that important? Well, why is anything important? You know, surely everybody has a reason to want something. If this was a modus operandi for him to actually do the dastardly deed of hijacking a plane so you could have total ownership over a patent, it'd be an odd state of affairs, wouldn't it? But Jacob Rothschild clearly, this is a coincidence, a mere coincidence that he's the sole owner. It's not. I'm not implicating him in the takeover of the plane. But I must say, I do rather like the way he looks. Yes, he's a good-looking guy. Very nice, very nice. I must say, my new face looks a lot better. But no, seriously, it's absurd to think that this man was able to hijack a plane by hacking into the navigation system, unless what I said was true earlier, that there is no protection over planes. They're all hackable. I would vote for JFK, but at this point, if I had known that he was having sex with so many women, I would not have voted for him, no. It really bothers me that Donald Trump has been caught in the act of adultery and hasn't even admitted it. It's a sign of weakness when a man can't admit his own his own failures, and making those terrible mistakes of wanting to grab a woman by the beep beep is inappropriate and clearly not just locker room talk, but indicative of an adulterer. A man who would grab a woman like Karen McDougal, who was just so beautiful, is so beautiful. What am I saying? I mean, I must say Donald Trump has some nice taste in women. Yeah, she's an absolute knockout, beautiful brunette. Not ashamed of her beautiful body. Playboy model. Just like Melania was not afraid to pose naked. Karen McDougal was not afraid to pose naked. But look at what a stunning, beautiful brunette she is. She was actually, according to her, taken back when Donald Trump first had relations with her, extramarital relations with her. According to her, she said that he offered her money. And she just liked the guy. She was just, she was just in the whole moment of being with Donald Trump. So she felt that she was taken back. We're going to see a book from her because the National Enquirer has completely backed down after the plea agreement with Mueller. That's one thing that's going to move forward. We'll find more information about her affair with Donald Trump that allegedly went on for 8 months, along with a one-night stand with Stormy Daniels. I'm not saying JFK hooked up with classy, important chicks with Marilyn Monroe. Bottom line is Marilyn Monroe was as lusty and loose in the eyes of the American people as Stormy Daniels is today in our eyes. In fact, very much so. Stormy Daniels is very much like Marilyn Monroe in many ways, except we're living in an era where people see porn a lot. And it's no big deal. Back then, it would have been unheard of, but Marilyn did porn. Marilyn did erotic films, porn, essentially. When you say classy woman, surely you've heard about her naked poses that she did and a lot of the sexual claims that she may have had sex with all the Kennedys. I mean, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of cover-ups there. The truth about Marilyn Monroe is hard to take. She had a diary that was, bottom line, I really like Marilyn Monroe. I feel like she was a beautiful person. And I got to tell you, she had a diary of everything that she went on in her life, and they knew it. They never found the diary after she died. That alone tells me she was murdered. But when Thomas Noguchi, the coroner for L.A., it was covered up, yeah. When Thomas Noguchi, the coroner for L.A., said that she didn't die of a Seconal overdose due to pills, she was injected, then it became clear. There were no injectable needles at the location. None of the crime scene photographs showed needle injections. That means somebody injected Marilyn Monroe. And some of the worst cover-ups in American police history occurred during this time period. I have a photograph of Marilyn Monroe's, let me see if I can pull this up. No, I don't have it here. Unfortunately, let me see. Conspiracy might have it. Yeah, I have a photograph of her room where she was killed. And in it, it's very disturbing. There's a photograph, one photograph of nothing on the wall, and the other photograph of, I thought I went alphabetical, hang on. And the other photograph of blood on the wall. So if there was blood on the wall, we could only assume that they covered it up. And they did. And we have proof of that. Marilyn was involved with all the Kennedys, they say, sexually, except for Ted. Yeah, Monroe. Nope, it's not there. Huh. That's strange. Okay, well, I don't have the picture right here. I normally do. But, yeah, apparently it's been evading me here. Normally I'm able to pull these pictures up pretty fast, but The wall was completely covered up, the bloodstains were, and that was a complete hack into the Marilyn Monroe situation, not Monica. Okay, what do you have? The Jesuits, the Zionists, the Rothschilds, the CIA, and MI6 are working together. They are all occultic clubs. I totally agree with you. Yeah. So iVlog's guest 6837 made a very important statement, and I think that's a fair statement to make, that the Zionists, the Masons, CIA, MI6 are all working together. Yeah. And actually, you can draw roots together, crossing lines between the Zionist roots of the Rothschilds. They do the banking for the Jesuits who run the Vatican now. The Vatican banks with the Rothschilds. That's one of a strong relationship they have. And it's arguable that the Rothschilds funded the growth of the internal framework of the CIA and MI6. And that they're connected to Mossad, too. Yeah. That pretty much says it all. The problem is, how are we going to build the framework for our country to survive in lieu of all this corruption? How are we going to turn our country around when clearly we can't stop them? We can't chop the head off the snake, so to speak. It's impossible. Let's be realistic. And we can't really work with them with covert means like JFK discussed. It has to be more of they get a seat at the table, you get a seat at the table, and we all decide what we need to do, as opposed to a secret plan to poison the atmosphere with chemicals, leaving us all brain dead and harvesting the last vestiges of gas out of the planet, like this plan to suck California's fracking completely out of the ground. Yeah, we had covered that earlier. The plan to take down Paradise, California, occupying land that was normally would have taken years of gentrification, or rather the idea of eminent domain, to buy out their property. They just did it by burning them out. Directed energy weapons employed against the American people. Yeah, it turns out the mapping for fracking, it happens to be owned by the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds and the Rockefellers have purchased a property right in here in Sonoma County that is the water rights for this entire region. So the Rothschilds own the water rights for the area that they're dehydrating with chemtrails. They're geoengineering the air above California to turn it into a dehydrated hellhole. And once it's fully dehydrated and laden with barium and aluminum, the barium and aluminum acts like a igniter and accelerant. And using a directed energy weapon like this seen over California itself, they can fry the ground and the people's homes within it. And that's how they took those people out. Oh, you in Sonoma County? No, I don't live there. I'm just simply talking about the Rothschilds' interest in Sonoma County. That's all I'm doing. Helen, hi. Dave, it's him. It's him. I am reading Periscope. Yeah. So, Jacob Rothschild is doing what he wants, when he wants, and no one can stop him. Yes. There he is. Snowed in Hawaii. Are you serious? Well, this is clearly a result of alterations in the magnetosphere. Snowing in Hawaii? Yeah. I can't get over it. Snowing in Hawaii, everyone. Yeah, the city of Paradise burned as we watched Puffington Post. I know. You care. I know a lot of you care. It's not something I'm not aware of. I know all of you probably care. That's why you come in our show every night. But as you know, just talking about it is the start. What we're going to do with this is going to be even more difficult. Being I've taken on all these issues, Truth Tuesday has become kind of like, well, I haven't even mentioned the false flags that have been perpetrated, fake terrorist attacks against our people without any evidence of it happening. Look at Hillary and, yes, Henry breaking ground, John Kerry. Oh, yeah, look at that. Jeez. Yeah, that's kind of a picture there. Well, we certainly don't need to have a president who is working secretly with drug cartels like Bill Clinton did. But, yeah, the whole Arkansas, Managate, Mena, Arkansas, and the connections to Bill Clinton and the Clinton era and the cocaine running that went into this country. Very few people get a chance to read about that. But since it's considered a conspiracy theory, we might as well, call it a fact now, since the reality that people have died trying to defend the belief that it really did happen. We've got long stories we could tell you about how in Arkansas there were drug runs going on, and many of those drops occurred during Bill Clinton's era. Now it's happening again. Or when Bill Clinton was president, remember Waco, Texas, and Janet Reno, and how our country burned out, 77 people in Waco. Many of them were children. 25 kids were killed in a fire that hit Waco. Well, we're unfortunately dealing with a situation like that right now. I'm going to read an article for you here that might be pertinent to the story, especially considering El Chapo allegedly was just hauled in. Yeah, you get it up. Hula mula.
Thank you, everyone.
Donald Trump's comments about daughters raises eyebrows. Wow, let's take a look at that right now.
Trump has every right to be proud of his daughter. Ivanka is a successful, Ivy League-educated businesswoman, author, and mother. She's now helping run his campaign and introduced her father at the Republican convention. Yet at times, his fatherly praise is downright cringeworthy, like on The View in 2006.
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop it. You know what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May, Ivanka described herself as a feminist while defending her father on CBS after a scathing New York Times article about his alleged negative treatment of women.
Is there unending commentary on the female form?
No. I've known my father obviously my whole life, and he has total respect for women.
Please welcome the lovely Ivanka Trump.
Still, even Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Donald Trump has always been proud of his daughter.
I'd call collect to his office. I was probably, 10 years old. He would pick up the phone every single time, and he'd put me on speakerphone. It wouldn't be a long conversation. He'd introduce me to whoever was in his office.
And he was front row when Ivanka took to the catwalk during her short-lived career as a fashion model. Still, Donald Trump repeatedly points out how hot his daughter is, saying last year in a Rolling Stone article, "Yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty, that one. If I weren't happily married and, her father."
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
Yeah, she's hot.
Ivanka continues to defend her father and has said he is not sexist. Earlier, her Twitter account showed a little heart liking an article about her father's decade-old comments to Howard Stern. The Trump campaign directed us to Ivanka's brand manager, and a source there tells us it wasn't Ivanka who personally liked the item. It was, quote, a simple mistake by a staff member. CNN has reached out to the Trump campaign for a response about the comments themselves.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Are doing in each picture.
Now, let me show you the Waco siege right now. I pulled it up off the internet. This is shocking footage from the Waco siege. Take a look at this.
Is collapsing the inside stairwells house. You can see that this tank has a gas jet on the front that shoots fire. You can also see the fire quite plainly. The tank goes into the house twice, and each time as it backs out, the fire at the gas jets is plainly visible.
All right, so they claim that this was merely an accident due to them using. This is the actual Waco siege in 1993 when Bill Clinton was president. They claim that they used tear gas, but many tear gas experts say that tear gas is incendiary tear gas. But this is not hilarious. This is actually a picture of them using a flamethrower on 77 people in 1993.
Each picture is collapsing the inside stairwells house. You can see that this tank has a gas jet on the front that shoots fire. You can.
No, it's not a flamethrower discharge. This was an intent of killing. Intent of killing all the people in that building. Now, I racked my brain trying to figure out why they would kill all the people there. During the 1993 siege, I was telling my father that wouldn't it be great if we could have just fenced them all in and starved them out? I mean, that probably would have been a better plan. It may have taken 6 months, but the reality is they wanted it over with. We could have even charged people to go to the fence just to look in, paid the fee just to, let them stay there in the compound. Turns out the Branch Davidian complex in Waco was in visual range of an airdrop area for cocaine. That they were actually within visual range of a cocaine drop of a company by the name of Buffalo Air that is alleged to have dropped a lot of cocaine during the 1980s. And it was part of Bill Clinton's plan, Mena, Arkansas's plan, of bringing cocaine into the country. Yeah. So in order to get rid of all the witnesses, they had to kill them all, including the children. It's just as logical of a reason that they did it. What other Buffalo area? What other reason would they have had to do this? Why would they have killed 77 people, 25 children? Yeah. They were obviously witness to cocaine drops. They would have easily arrested David Koresh when he bought the few guns down in town and just arrested him on a weapons charge. It would have been no problem. We would never have had an ATF attacked, killed at that location when they tried to bust in. But to kill them all with a flamethrower, I mean, that's stooping pretty low, I got to tell you. So if they did that to those people, and if they did Paradise with directed energy weapons in California and killed all those people, you can imagine what they're capable of, these people. So now I'll take you to the article at hand. Here we go. This is on the news that El Chapo has been arrested or charged with a life sentence for killing people. U.S. government top Mexican drug cartel exposed as partners. For over a decade, under multiple administrations, the U.S. government had a secret agreement with ruthless Mexican Sinaloa drug cartel that allowed it to operate with impunity. An in-depth investigation by leading Mexican newspapers confirmed this week. In exchange for information, now this is a 2014 article. This is 4 years old. In exchange for information and assistance in squashing competing criminal syndicates, the Bush and Obama administrations let the Sinaloa cartel import tons of drugs in the United States while wiping out Sinaloa competitors and ensuring that its leaders would not be prosecuted for their long list of major crimes. Other revelations also point strongly to massive but clandestine U.S. government involvement in drug trafficking. relying on over 100 interviews with current and former government functionaries on both sides of the border, as well as official documents with the U.S. Mexican governments, Mexico's El Universal concluded that the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, and ICE, and the U.S. Justice Department had secretly worked with Mexican drug lords. The controversial conspiring led to increased violence across Mexico, where many tens of thousands have been murdered in recent years. The newspaper found after its year-long probe, the U.S. agents and their shady deals with Mexican drug lords even sparked what the paper called a secret war inside Mexico. So Americans just know this as the Mexican problem, the drug cartel problem. So it turns out our government's been fueling these problems. You know the way the country gets the most money? Anti-terrorism. There are people that make tons of money, like Eric Prince, formerly Blackwater, then became XE and now Academy. He keeps changing his name because it's such a dark thing that he's doing. They make tons of money off the contracts, the government military. There's more money in the military-industrial complex than in any other field. Concentrated money. So these people make money fighting terrorism. They have an incentive to keep terrorism happening, to keep it going on. Well, it turns out the drug kingpin El Chapo had testified he gave millions to Pelosi and Schiff and Hillary, and then the feds then closed the doors, the courtroom doors. Mr. Bill is bringing this story to us live because he has this information. Yeah, so El Chapo was trying to get this out there in the recent court hearings, and they shut the doors, that he was funding Pelosi, Schiff, and Hillary. So this relationship to in 2014, to the Sinaloan drug cartel, the Sinaloa drug cartel, this relationship went on and on until El Chapo became unnecessary and they tried to pull his plug, and he wanted to openly talk. He may still be in play, we don't know. I am not a member of that organization. Thank you. Yeah, so we don't know if this Sinaloa organization was being given all these access points to drop drugs into our country through Bush and Obama. Now Trump. Now they're pulling a plug on El Chapo. They probably got a new guy they're working with, something like that. And for him to testify that he had sent millions to Pelosi and Schiff, that's huge. Adam Schiff, by the way, is connected to George Soros. That's why I don't have great hope for the Democrats in the House to try to come up with an impeachment plan. We're screwed every which way we turn. Everyone who's investigating Trump and the Russian thing are working for Russia or for Russian oligarchs like Soros. Even Adam Schiff has close relations with Soros because he's a family member. It's unbelievable. He even got him elected. So we don't have any representation, folks. If you think that there's a Russian collusion issue with Trump, yeah, they control the dialogue there. The Russian oligarchs are working the New World Order East while Henry Kissinger works the New World Order West. And it's a sweet little deal they've got here. Anytime Trump has a problem, they just call in Kissinger, and he's 96 years old now, and he assures him that they've got everything under control. Their puppet is in place.
And various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive.
Well, I must say, Trump sells everything as positive, even the fact that he can't even build a wall now. Trump is giving up on the wall. He's turning his back on his own supporters. Yeah. He tries to frame everything like it's a win for him, but he's losing to Pelosi. Right. Guest 606 said that CIA has had their fingers in those Mexican cartels from the 80s to fight Mexicans. Well, maybe they do. I mean, that's what Fast and Furious was all about, and Eric Holder and giving 65,000 guns to illegal aliens, drug cartel members. They claimed they were tracking the guns. That was such BS. They just literally gave them the guns, 65,000 guns. Eric Holder never served any time for that either, and that's a suspicious thing that Eric Holder did. Fast and Furious. That's not being investigated by Trump either. Trump's not investigating anything, folks. They say he does executive time. He just stays in his office and watches TV. He's just a puppet. I'm telling you, he's not going to do anything for you. Now he's running for re-election. He can't even do that right. A reporter was kicked out of an entire... It's a situation where his group of people that he obviously has out there, these thugs, ruffians, they roughed up a reporter and kicked him out of there. Let's see if we have a clip of this. Oh, we have a clip of Ocasio-Cortez trying to actually get a high five here. Okay, Ocasio. There you go. Okay, I'm not seeing it for some reason. Let me see. I'm still going back. I got Mike Tyson taking a bong hit here. It's pretty funny. Yeah, the national debt hit 22 trillion. Thank you. Yeah, I don't seem to have that clip of them roughing up the reporter. I played it earlier. Let's see if I have it over here. Got a few clips I got to bring into the list. Got that. Do you think so? It should be. People should be allowed to escape from reality sometimes, I think. Wow, check this out. Talk about Big Brother. Your smart light can tell Amazon and Google when you go to bed. As Amazon.com Inc. and Google work to place their smart meters speakers at the center of internet-connected homes, both technology giants are expanding the amount of data they gathered about customers who use their voice software to control other gadgets. They collect data at every time someone used a smart speaker to turn on a light or lock a door. Now they're asking smart home gadget makers such as Logitech and Hunter FM to send continuous streams of information. They want to know when you're in the bathroom, urinating. They want to listen to you. They want to listen to you piddle. That's so weird. What a bunch of pervs and voyeurs we have in our technology sector. It is important. Well, I couldn't find them rousting the guy in that clip. I played it earlier. Needless to say, Trump's clan of goose steppers were literally knocking people, one reporter out of the entire place from BBC, mistreated him. Trump egged him on. I don't even want to play it. No, I have not heard of the rubella vaccine causing homosexuality, but you know, it wouldn't put it past me. David, I wear my Hillary for Prison t-shirt and they look at it and then look down. Well, at least you're making a statement. Wow. Yeah, I'm not going to bring that. There's all kinds of kickbacks going in right now, Gunther. Why Finland has the best education system? What they charge through the nose, their socialist system costs taxpayers.
Back in the day, Finland's schools sucked on the level that ours suck on. When they tested the world's kids, both Finland and us were usually about the same, somewhere down the list of nations. But Finland didn't like that. So they tried some new ideas, and in no time, Finland shot to the top of the world.
Great. We'll find out about that. Can't wait to find out how they did it without taxing their people to death. Yeah, 2020 t-shirts are available if you go to our website. Thanks. I'll give you a tour real quick. Okay, you open up the website and you scroll down to the store right here. And you click on the t-shirt. It opens up a t-shirt where you can find a David Spanheim for President 2020 t-shirt in blue. $21.49. Legalized third party. You can buy a cup. All kinds of fun stuff. Third party shirt. Yeah. All right. Hope that works for you. Yeah. Yes, I do have the Trolls vote. Let's see where it is here. Oh, I don't see it right now. I may have pulled it. I don't know. Yeah, it didn't really fit our motif. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is it. It's available in a sweatshirt. All right, this wraps up our regular broadcasting hour of talking about conspiracies in a truthful manner. Truth Tuesday. I wish I could get you free stuff, but unfortunately this is expensive. Trolls vote. Spanheim for President, AmericasThirdParty.com. Grammar Police. It's a lot of money, $41.99 for a sweatshirt, but it's a nice hoodie, so it keeps you warm, and we can certainly use it. I tried tweeting Frups, but my tweets are actually being shut down. Yeah, I'm going to try more. We opened up a U.S. third party as well. So we have 2 Twitter accounts and then U.S. third party. Now, I've been tweeting, but not lately other than the show. We tweet the show every day at third party. So U.S. third party is our conservative venue, whereas third party is a little bit more liberal. So I'll post conservative position issues because I'm a centrist at U.S. third party, and I'll post more liberal concerned issues at third party. I'll kick in more tweeting. Unfortunately, they've been shadow banning me, and my follower count at Twitter has remained the same for 9 years. So it's disappointing. We did a lot of tweeting just to get started, and we found we hit a brick wall. I was first had sex at the age of 17 with a woman who was 21 years old. It was in college. I'll never forget it. It was a wild experience. And I'm glad I had my first year in college at UCLA. It was a fun school to go to, but at the same time, it really didn't help me advance intellectually. Yeah, having sex didn't really, get me to a higher level in life. Here's a good song to play. You got one? Okay, great. I love it. Dire Straits. All right, everyone. Thank you. We are in dire straits. We've got climate change happening, a president that doesn't seem to understand the need for climate change solutions, and a bunch of Democrats who have no clue as to what's going on in the world that's leading to climate problems, like chemtrails. We've got a nation that refuses to recognize the dangers of genetically modified food, fluoride, chemtrails, or vaccines. We've got a lot of people who are discounting every idea out there because they claim it's fake news, which is almost like shutting your brain off. And that's a mind control propaganda tool that the leaders are using right now. I did. Well, that's the purpose of misspelling grammar. It's designed to appeal to trolls. They want to misspell grammar too. And that's the whole point of having grammar police. It's a joke. But you're smart enough to understand it. Thank you. Yeah, the only places experiencing drastic weather changes right now are on U.S. soil and territories. So we're getting targeted. Our country's getting targeted. This is a targeted hit. We call it weather warfare. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow night, because tomorrow's Wasteful Wednesday, and pretty much what they're doing is dumping industrial waste on your head. So while you kick back and watch, look into the skies and go, wow, that's nice, they're busily loading up the tanks on board the planes and delivering them over your heads. Yeah, we've got multiple pictures of tanks filled with chemtrails. They use, there's a patent here for the tanks that they disperse these chemtrails with. U.S. patent number, it applies, it's accurate. Patent number 74131145 is being used for aerial dispersal of materials. And that means you are being dumped on. Yeah. Here's an actual picture of geoengineering in California off Point Reyes. Isn't that amazing? An actual photograph. So they are literally poisoning the skies above us. And then the Democrats are saying, oh, it's climate change, it's global warming, oh, we all have to stop farting. Meanwhile, the Republicans are going, oh, that's a lot of BS. We're heading toward an ice age. There's just a bunch of crap about climate change. They're totally out of it too. Well, ironically, they're both a little bit right. I mean, we are seeing carbon pollution from the Democratic perspective, but nothing like chemtrails. That's way worse. We're seeing the rapid destruction of our environment at almost an accelerated pace by a bunch of scumbag elitists that think they can do this to us. Now, we're all going to suffer from all of this because they're trying to poison the air we breathe, the water we drink, the injections that our children have to have. It's pretty pathetic. And even the food we eat is now being manipulated with test studies like Dr. Seralini in Italy showing genetically modified food leading to tumors in laboratory animals, which means it's going to happen to us too. A laboratory animal will develop a tumor at 4 months. We'll develop it in 40 years. 30 to 40 years is when the tumors in a human start to show up, based on the studies. So yeah, dire times require dire solutions. But the good thing is I have dedicated my life to this effort, and I'm more than willing to go the distance to fight for what really matters in this country. And I believe that you couldn't get a better, more enlightened person to lead this country toward a better future than I am, because I am technically Mr. Right. And thank you for coming in. We'll see you again tomorrow. Later.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just put my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. To beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good.